I'm really trying to stay out of the light.
For you. Good for you.
Emery or Nick or George or Donnie, does someone want, I have resolutions 1, 8, and 10. I don't know, I need some seconders. George?
I can.
Which
Okay.
one is? Which one's 8?
One
Kim?
is just 8 is the bylaws.
I don't.
I don't have any
No,
conflict.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Hold on.
Kim, I can do it.
Okay.
No, I should be able to do the bylaw. I think there's a motion in the consent agenda that I've got stuff on.
Well, okay, so I'll,
This one can-
Oh. yeah, okay. Thank you.
I can't believe that that puck snuck in between Price's arm and his unbelievable. That's a beautiful goal by Byron, though.
Yeah. I can't believe the reffing in this series, though. It's atrocious.
Did they have refs last night?
Yeah, they skated like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially at the end of the one period where Suzuki got punched in the head right in front of the referee.
The series is probably where it should be, though, 2-2.
Let's say that.
Yeah, you're right.
Or-
It should be over.
I guess Montreal's got them right where they want them. So it is 6 o'clock. Are we ready to go, Kelly?
Everything's ready to go.
So I can start?
You can start.
Okay, then I'm going to call this regular council meeting to order. And as we begin, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are located throughout our municipality is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to occupy our community. And it's fitting that we should make this acknowledgement today because today is National Indigenous Peoples Day. And we've come a long way in a short period of time with respect to recognizing the history of the Indigenous people in our country, some of the things that they have gone through, some of the challenges that they have faced, which have been inflicted upon them throughout the decades and centuries by our ancestors. So we can make amends. We can start to make amends, and this is as good a time as any for us to do that. Madam Clerk, the invocation.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. And the roll call.
All members of council are present, your worship, with the exception of Councillor Butler.
Thank you. There are two addenda this evening to our council agenda. One has to do with the correction of the naming of a numbered corporation with respect to report PDS 49-2021. That is item 4 under 10.2 of our agenda. And the second has to do with an addition under consideration of bylaws. We will be adding a new 83-2021, which will appoint Jordan Hamilton as a building inspector for the town of Fort Erie. And that will make the current bylaw 83-2021 the confirmatory bylaw. Sorry, that will be number 83. The bylaw to appoint Jordan Hamilton will be 82-2021. Sorry about that. And then the announcements, very briefly. I just wanted to update the community of the fact that there was a meeting of members of Niagara Region, Niagara Regional Housing, the Niagara Community Legal Clinic, and town staff, along with representatives from and the MPP of Niagara, Wayne Gates, with respect to the two buildings which new owners have decided to go in a different direction than they are right now. And so services are being provided to those tenants who have reached out for them. And hopefully there will be a positive resolution to those matters. And I note that Councillor Butler has been able to join us. Good evening, Councillor Butler. The second thing I wanted to mention is that Canada Day is 10 days away, and it's an opportunity for us to celebrate the history of our country. We need to make sure that we do it in a safe way because we're still in the pandemic, and there may be some changes with respect to how we can go about doing that. Certainly if we're outdoors, that's ideal, but I want to make sure that everyone has a happy and a safe Canada Day for our 154th anniversary. And then I wanted to make reference to the fact that there have been some new clinics announced with respect to vaccinations in Niagara. There are some in Fort Erie on June 25th, 26th, 27th, which is this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I would imagine that they're full, but individuals should keep checking the online portal, provincial online portal, because as individuals are getting vaccinations at pharmacies, their appointments may be opened up, which means that there may be some appointments that will be available. There are some additional clinics in mid-July in Fort Erie. And of course, there are additional clinics being added throughout the region over the next several weeks as the number of vaccines starts to really have an impact, and the numbers of individuals who are qualifying for the second doses. And it's now anyone who is vaccinated before May the 9th qualifies to have their second vaccination, unless you're in one of the targeted groups which have already qualified. And then finally, I want to just kind of segue into the border announcement that was made last week and today, because the vaccinations are terribly important with respect to that. It's pretty clear that if you have both vaccinations, you're fully vaccinated, that when the government eventually does start to move towards reopening the border, easing restrictions, being fully vaccinated will be extremely important. And while I am disappointed that there hasn't been greater movement forward with respect to some of the current border restrictions, particularly those that affect families and property owners and individuals who have been fully vaccinated. I appreciate the government's concern about safety, and I appreciate the challenges, logistical challenges that the government will be faced with, both Canada and the United States, in terms of being able to verify who has been fully vaccinated. Those are things that, although we understand they need to be in place, it would be very helpful if we had an understanding of what the plan is going forward, presuming there is a plan. And if there is a plan, it should be revealed. If there isn't a plan, one needs to be created so that we've already hit a couple of the milestones that I've mentioned before following the last meeting that the border mayors had with Minister Blair, and that is 75% of the population of Canada being vaccinated with its first dose and 20% being vaccinated with 2 doses, so fully vaccinated. We've hit that number, and yet there's been no appreciable movement with respect to the border or travel, aside from the fact that there's some easing of quarantine requirements and elimination of quarantine requirements if you can establish that you are fully vaccinated and you are entitled to enter Canada, which is essentially a Canadian resident or a Canadian citizen. Beyond that, I understand that if you're a child under 12 who hasn't been able to be vaccinated, you'll have to quarantine, but you can quarantine at home if you've traveled with your parents who do qualify entry without the quarantine. In terms of the border, the land borders, really no change. The border restrictions have been extended to July the 21st. So I've been in communication with my colleagues, the border mayors, requesting that we have a meeting as soon as possible so that we can address some of the concerns that have arisen, so that we can also follow up with the promised second meeting that Minister Blair advised us he would hold with us, which was 3 weeks ago. And so that we can find out whether there is a plan and if there is, when it's going to be announced, so that people will have an awareness of what they can expect, what the markers are, what the milestones are, what the metrics are. Otherwise, we're treading water, and it is, I will say it is frustrating. I'll leave it at that. This is my frustrated face, in case anyone didn't notice. That's it for announcements. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have actually 3 this evening. The first is PDS 50 2021. That's the award of contract for Spears Park. As I currently live in Spears Estates and the subdivision has not yet been transferred to the municipality. I also have pecuniary interest with regard to motion D, that is the bylaw to regulate, control, and register animal rescue groups, as well as motion E, even though it's being postponed, it's still on the agenda. That's with respect to amendments to the animal control bylaw number 73, 2021, as the company I work for has provided contracted services for the Fort Erie SPCA, and these bylaws may affect their operation.
So when we deal with the consent agenda, we will remove PDS 50 2021 so that it can be dealt with separately. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? If not, then this is a notice of an upcoming public meeting on July the 12th, 2021, with respect to proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 129 Cook Avenue. That will be conducted via video teleconference starting at 6 p.m. And the information report will be on our website, available to the public on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021. In terms of public meetings, we do have a public meeting this evening, and this is a public meeting under the Planning Act, and I understand that there are individuals who may wish to address council. This is in connection with the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan, which proposes various forms of land use and some prospective changes with respect to land zoning. There will be a presentation made by Peter Wasserman, who is the neighborhood planner and urban developer. After he has made his presentation, if any members of council have any questions, they'll be allowed to ask them. Then we will ask members of the public if they wish to address council, and I believe that there may be several individuals who do. Council members have been provided with some written comments and information outside of the report itself. Those who wish to, who are online and wish to address council will have to raise your virtual hand when you wish to speak. At that point, you will be allowed to enter the meeting by our manager of digital services. And then, and I guess you will signal that by raising your hand. And you can do that by, if you're on an iPad, by going to the top right corner and going under, I think it's other, and then you'll see a raise hand icon. If you're on a laptop, I think it's in the bottom left corner. Mr. Davis will assist you on that if necessary. If you're on a telephone, you would press *9, and that will alert staff that you wish to speak. You'll be then unmuted by staff, and you will be permitted to address council. I will ask the clerk after the presentation by the staff member, by Mr. Wasserman, and before I go to the public, I will ask the clerk if there is any additional correspondence that she has received that has not been passed on to us or has been received after the report was made public. I think, is there anything further, Madam Clerk, that I should be making reference to?
I don't believe so, Your Worship.
That's a rather disjointed notification to the public, but here we are. Mr. Washman, I see that you're ready to proceed, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen. Just give me 1 second, please. Can everyone see my screen, if I may ask?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, man. Thanks. Okay. So, good evening and welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending the draft Crystal Beach Secondary Plan public meeting. My name is Peter Wasserman, the new neighborhood planner and urban designer. I will be doing a presentation on the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan and the process so far. The next few slides are for review purposes. So, why do we require a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a land use plan for a particular area of the municipality that will ultimately form part of the town's official plan. Typically, a secondary plan will direct how a neighborhood or community will grow over the long term in accordance with the community's vision and the identified growth targets needed to ensure that the town has places for people to live, work, and play. A secondary plan proposes various forms of land use, such as residential, commercial, parks and open space, and environmental protection areas, all of which must be appropriately balanced to make a viable community. Secondary plans are approved under the Planning Act, unlike neighborhood plans, and require formal approval from the town or the region for any changes. This is just the secondary plan, well, the map, as you can see, as part of the official plan and its geographical location within Fort Erie. This slide just shows the study area as well as some statistical information. As you can see, the current population is projected as at plus minus 3,705 persons, and the projected population is approximately 12,600 new residents by the year 2041. So why are we doing this? So the town of Fort Erie's council has identified the development of secondary plans as a priority and has allocated staff resources to accomplish the task. Council has also prioritized which neighborhoods should be considered for secondary plans. The prioritization of the Crystal Beach secondary plan was identified for a number of reasons. To facilitate a community improvement plan that will provide financial support for commercial facade improvement and signage replacement and residential intensification. Also to respond to provincial and regional growth projections, whereby the population of Crystal Beach is anticipated to increase by approximately 2,000 to 2,200 residents by the year 2041, and to guide corresponding future development in an appropriate manner. To plan for important community uses such as aging in place, sustainability, affordable housing, and recreation. So what documents inform the Crystal Beach secondary plan process? So these are some of the documents at different levels of government that have been taken into account, such as the Provincial Policy Statement 2020, A Place to Grow, and a Consolidated Regional Official Plan of 2014. It must be noted that the new draft regional official plan is currently being circulated for comment. And please note that all policies in the official plan still apply to the secondary plan area, and that the policies such as natural heritage, servicing, and traffic are still in effect. So how does the secondary plan relate to the official plan? Please note that all policies still apply to the secondary plan area, and the official plan contains overarching policies relative to land use designation, heritage, natural heritage, cultural heritage, energy conservation, transportation and public transportation, aggregate resources. A secondary plan typically considers land use planning and policy in a more detailed manner for a specific neighborhood. And we're not proposing any changes to natural heritage, public transport, and so on. So what has happened in the process thus far? We have had community focus group was appointed, and we've had 3 working sessions with a community focus group. There have been 3 public open houses to date. The ultimate vision, goals, and objectives have been developed through the consultation of the community focus group. A parking study has been completed and presented to council in 2019. And the draft Crystal Beach secondary plan documentation has been prepared based on input from internal municipal departments, the region of Niagara, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Area Authority, the community focus group, and community feedback. So this is the vision as developed by the community focus group. Our ideal Crystal Beach neighborhood is a friendly, social, active, healthy, sustainable, year-round community, attractive to all age groups, easily accessible with a diverse and affordable housing stock attractive to all, with well-maintained green spaces and with public beach and water access, with a thriving downtown core that supports the residents and tourists alike, befitting the south coast of Canada. These are some of the goals that were also developed by the focus group. As you can see, they relate to parking, concerns regarding the parking during the summer season and the pressures with development. Character and choice, the Crystal Beach cottage character should be protected, and the development of urban design guidelines will be provided. However, detached dwellings do not meet the need for aging in place and young inhabitants. Therefore, alternative housing options should be considered. Community improvement plans, so the CIP programs include grant funding for commercial facades, residential intensification, and commercial signage. Development and implementation of the CIP for Crystal Beach will follow a separate planning process once the second plan is adopted. Refined commercial core delineation. This plan avoids commercial creep into the residential areas and will provide additional residential permissions to further complement existing residential use. The plan will focus on defining a mixed-use core / residential core, mixed-use commercial / residential core. Some of the objectives dropping out from the goals that were developed are to provide a variety of housing choice, to encourage compact and affordable development, to identify locations that best suit this intensification of residential form, to increase population our population in a moderate manner, to refine the extent of the core area, and to provide supporting policy that recognizes active transport, and to leverage existing investments. So in our engagement up until now, we have had 3 public open houses with 65 participants in the first, 152 participants in the second, and in the third meeting, in the third public open house was a virtual open house, and we had 17 speakers as well as 125 YouTube viewers. I've had 5 meetings with stakeholder groups, 3 community focus groups, 293 voluntary interested parties were notified, as well as 40 partner agencies, committees, and internal departments were circulated. So here are some of the main topics that have been addressed in this plan. And these are extracts out of emails, email correspondence from the public that we received. And as you can see, there's some concerns regarding parking, as well as the rejuvenation of certain areas, major concerns regarding secondary plan change of reliance for building heights, a unique character as well of the area, and beautiful green spaces, and supporting or not supporting high density zones. So these were taken directly from emails from the public. Also, we have used the Let's Talk for Erie website, web page, which was launched on the 5th of May 2021 to make the plan information available to the public. And we'd just like to share some of these statistics. So these statistics, please bear in mind that these statistics are since the 31st of May 2021, and that the information report contains statistics from the 5th of May till the 31st of May 2021, just as an update. So we've considered the survey results and comments provided in the Let's Talk for the Area webpage up to the end of the 31st of May. In the draft Crystal Beach Checking Plan information report presented to Council tonight, and any additional comments, input, and survey results that were provided after the 31st of May 2021 will be considered in the recommendation report to Council, which is expected to be in either late August or early September 2021. So as you can see, we've had 59 visits, 49 aware visitors, 28 informed visitors, as well as 9 engaged visitors, 72 document downloads, and 12 surveys and comments. I have also received approximately 20 phone calls and 75 direct email inquiries regarding the plan since the 31st of May. Some of the secondary plan updates include a parking study was completed and presented to Council as an information report in 2019. The study identifies that there was sufficient parking in Crystal Beach to support businesses, tourists, and residential need from now up until 2041. Previous proposed height at certain locations of 5 to 6 stories have been reduced. Strategic locations where height is appropriate have been decreased to 3 stories. For instance, Derby and Erie Road, and specific gateway locations have been limited to 4.5 stories with conditions. Waterfront properties are not subject to change regarding either designation or zoning, and administrative change renames this designation from urban residential to waterfront residential. Additional medium density lands in the north of Crystal Beach have been considered to facilitate housing diversity and choice as per the region's growth plan, and to compensate for density removed from the downtown core area. The proposed density range for medium density residential designation has been increased from 25 to 75 units per hectare to 50 to 100 units per hectare to accommodate higher density residential forms that will support an increase in affordable housing. Then we will be going straight into a little bit of detail just regarding these points. So the parking study was commissioned to provide empirical data to measure and generate recommendations that may alleviate concerns. Council approved the Crystal Beach 2019 parking study information report, findings and recommendations on the 12th of November 2019. Policies for this plan consider the findings and recommendations that were delivered with the appropriate parking study relative to new residential provision, commercial parking, and tourist-generated demand. The study looked at parking need for the 3 areas identified by the town as the beach area, the core area, as well as the surrounding community area, as you can see on the map to the right. The results of the study informed the town's end-of-year Bay Beach operational review. The potential changes proposed by the secondary plan land use exercise were also informed by the results of the study, for example, parking demand. Here are just some of the parking study findings. As you can see, there's the map The current findings, the existing parking surplus is standing at 619 bays, as well as for the future by 2041, 2,000 to 2,200 residents are anticipated to be settling in Crystal Beach. And the study found that future on-site parking surplus is 68 parking bays. There would also be a 5-year review of the study that will be done to address ever-changing parking needs. So regarding density and height, in previous public consultations, there was concern regarding the height and density for new development in Crystal Beach. This has been considered since the last public open house, and the following changes have been made. So medium density residential will generally be between 0 and 100 units per hectare. A few selected areas may be subject to conditions. General maximum height will be 3 stories for medium density. General maximum height will be 3 stories for core mixed use. A maximum height of 4 stories in the front with 2 stories at the back will be permitted for full block consolidation and development along Erie Road. A maximum height of 4.5 stories will be permitted at 2 key Crystal Beach gateway locations. It is important to understand that height and density are inseparable and that housing diversity and choice cannot be increased without these factors. So this is just a conceptual drawing illustrating one of the gateway locations where 4.5 stories is permitted for 2 sites only with conditions. As you can see, the 2 sites on the corner either side, and then 3 stories max for general development will be allowed on the Erie Road corridor, with the exception of full block consolidations. This is just another conceptual diagram to illustrate a maximum of 4 stories will only be allowed for development that can achieve a consolidation of lots amounting to a minimum of 48 by 48 meters and 2,304 square meters, approximately a full block. So from Erie Road, 4 stories will be allowed up to a depth of 24 meters or 31 meters, depending on the site specificity. And after which the height of 2 stories is allowed to step down to the existing neighborhood. Additional conditions will be applicable to these types of developments. For smaller sites will be allowed 3 stories maximum for development. This is if it's not consolidated into a larger block. This image is a section illustrating step back requirements from 4 stories to 2 stories to respect the surrounding context and to provide a transition in height. It also shows how a buffer may be created through the use of on-site parking if relevant to a specific application. With regards to waterfront properties, this is an administrative change. The properties are being reflected in a designation name change only that aligns and reflects their waterfront location and remains subject to the same policies as 4.7.4i as they have been since the official plan was approved. The designation name changes from urban residential to waterfront residential. No new policies are being introduced. With regard to lands considered for medium density, since last public open house, since public open house 2, to be specific, an additional 11 properties have been proposed to be designated as medium density to facilitate the provision of choice in housing. These 11 properties form 3 blocks and are associated with previously identified medium density lands. These lands will be predominantly reserved for semi-detached street townhouses, block townhouses, and apartments and the accessory uses. You can see on the left, there's from public open house 2 to public open house 3, the difference in the proposal. Some additional lands in the north of Crystal Beach have been considered for this medium density designation to facilitate the housing diversity and choice as per the region's growth plan and to compensate for heightened density removed from the downtown core area. These parcels have been identified as they are strategically located close to existing commercial uses, facilities, and transit routes. Initially, the parcels were designated as low density residential. They have been proposed to take on medium density residential designation. So that's what this slide is showing. With regard to natural features, as per Schedule CB3, no plans are proposed no changes are proposed to either environmental conservation, environmental protection, and hazard zones. Just for note. This slide shows the properties with proposed changes. As you can see, the proposed land use designation changes only to matching existing conditions, as well as proposed land use designation and zoning change areas in pink. So this is a composite map showing all the proposed land use designation changes to match existing conditions, as well as the new proposed land use designation and changes. So as a summary of changes considered as a result of comments today, the Bay Beach parking lot, 4168 Erie Road, was to be redesignated from commercial to open space and rezoned from C2 to OS with site-specific policy. The zoning of Bay Beach lot 4155 Erie Road is to be redesignated from commercial to open space, the rezone and rezoned from C2 to 4H to open space, OS with site-specific policy, no residential other uses. Further amended zoning bylaw 129/90 Bay Beach Waterfront Park, as amended to effectively remove bylaw 2610. This removes the permissions permitted by 2610, such as height of 12 stories, commercial and residential uses. Community benefit policies have been added to the Crystal Beach secondary plan. Low impact development design will be encouraged through the plan. Other site-specific conditions have been reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and staff recommend updating the 2019 parking study within 5 years based on the speed of development. So what are the next steps? So public participation is still encouraged through the Let's Talk for the Erie Crystal Beach Secondary Plan webpage. The community is invited to review the draft secondary plan and associated documentation, complete the survey, offer feedback, and sign up for future notifications. The Let's Talk for the Erie page is open for input. As stated in communication, any comments received after May the 31st, 2021 will be considered and recorded in the recommendation report to council. Staff have updated the draft secondary plan as appropriate based on community and agency comments prior to the 31st of May 2021. The draft secondary plan presented to council at the public meeting, which is tonight. A notice of the public meeting has been mailed and emailed to all past participants, affected property owners and stakeholders. Staff will update the draft secondary plan as appropriate, and a recommendation report will be prepared and presented to council tentatively in August or September. And then there's just a timeline to show how the process has unfolded up until now. Mayor, thank you very much. This concludes my presentation. And I will
Thank you very much, Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Wasserman? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Mr. Wasserman. Thank you for the report. It was very well done, and very much appreciate all the effort that was put in on the long phone calls and everything else, and the public input was amazing as compared to some of the other ones over the years that I'm aware of. My question is regarding the parking. I know it's identified that there may be some issue around the Bay Beach park itself, and I see that that's recognized that may be an issue. But when you're talking about the study to be redone in 5 years, is that redone from 2019 or 2021? Are we looking at to look at the study again?
Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Through you to the councillor. The study will, as I understand it, will be done from 2019 as a continuation of the statistics that were from that study. So that's how I understand it. Unless I think we can defer to Kara Dolch if that's appropriate at the moment.
To elaborate a bit, that is correct. And generally what we've noted, and the reason we think a 5-year review may be warranted is parking has changed significantly in Crystal Beach since the time of the original study. And some of the spots, especially along Erie Road, have been removed for walkways and other things. So it's not necessarily an accurate count. We're also seeing a lot of intensified development starting to occur, proposals coming in. So within that 5-year period, I think we're going to see some changes in Crystal Beach, and we will want to monitor, especially near Crystal Beach Waterfront Park, where there is some parking concern already.
Thank you for that explanation.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Any other councillors? So, Mr. Wasserman, just in general terms, the population that's being allocated to Crystal Beach for the time horizon we're dealing with is 2,000 to 2,200, which I believe the report says is about 55 to 60% of the current population. How was that number arrived at? How did the 12,000 plus that were allocated to Fort Erie, how did 2,200 of that get allocated to Crystal Beach?
Thank you, Mayor. So as I understand from the previous work that I've been building on, the 2,000 to 2,000 additional growth comes from the projection of the regional and provincial policies, which state that there will be a growth of approximately 12,600 individuals in Fort Erie itself. So seeing as though there are six different areas, that was split, and then you would come up with a 2,000 to 2,200 persons in this area, geographical area specifically. So that's how I understand the split was done.
Ms. Dolch, would you be able to shed any additional light on that? Seems rather unscientific, if I might say so.
And thank you. And generally that is correct. It was based on the 6 communities, and it isn't necessarily, it's a bit of both. It's the 6 communities divided by the 12,000, but it's also based on the population of the current communities individually and how they're looked at. Crystal Beach itself obviously warranted the 2,000, whereas other areas such as Stevensville would have warranted less.
I should have thought that because Crystal Beach is a significantly built out area, that would mean there would be less area for accommodating additional population. That wasn't a factor. Whereas other parts of the community would have more space within the urban boundary that could be utilized for new construction.
And I'll answer that, Your Worship. Generally, what we're seeing is obviously a lot of growth was focused in Crystal Beach and Ridgeway. There's a lot of demand and pent up demand to be in Ridgeway and Crystal Beach. So we do see growth occurring in those areas naturally through intensification and other means. And we want to make sure we accommodate it in appropriate locations rather than it coming through piecemeal through development applications. We do see a lot of interest in both Ridgeway and Crystal Beach. You know, we may see some expansions in those areas as well, but we do see a lot of growth coming that way naturally. There is a lot of interest.
Was there any concern that that the interest in those areas of the community is based on what's there now, and what's being proposed in the secondary plan will affect some changes? So I know that the stated objective is to continue to maintain the feel of the community as it exists now. And there'll be some design guidelines that may assist in that regard. But isn't there a concern that by trying to accommodate this amount of population, you may in fact be changing, municipality may in fact be changing the feel of that part of the community?
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't necessarily think additional density does that to a community. It depends on the locations and the key strategic locations, especially along major corridors. But I do think that you do have a significant problem in terms of making sure you provide that density to secure affordable housing for and the diversification of housing for those people. And we did hear that through the community focus group and the public consultation, that we need housing for all. And so that's what we're trying to diversify a bit. Crystal Beach, right now it is predominantly single detached dwellings at this point. So I think with this plan, we're providing a little more mix.
Yeah, the single family dwellings, many of the single family dwellings, the original single family dwellings are exactly what we've been looking for, which is smaller housing. The converted cottages are probably, many of them are 1,000 square feet or less. And anyways, I'm just expressing those concerns. I don't live in Crystal Beach, but I'm very familiar with Crystal Beach. And I suppose the residents and the community focus group can speak to that issue. Thank you very much. Are there any other councillors? If not, then I'm going to ask the clerk if there's any additional correspondence that we should be made aware of at this point.
Yes, Your Worship. I did have 6 emails that I received since the posting of the report, which I have sent on to Mayor and Council for your review. And if you'd like, I can read them into the minutes now.
If that's appropriate.
Perhaps also if Mr. Butler can check to see if any of these individuals are in the waiting room to speak as well, so that we're not duplicating. The first one that I have is from Todd and Tina Cooney.
I'm not seeing that, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So this one says a formal submission for June 21st public hearing. This email relates to my property at 15 Promenade Way within the CBTYC and the planning work of the Crystal Beach secondary plan. It is a vacant residential waterfront lot on Promenade Way in Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club. I asked many questions a year ago before I bought the lot with a plan to build a residential structure on 15 Promenade Way. Please see email less than a year ago, assistance from Jay Maraca. I also checked the environmental setbacks with the Conservation Authority. Please see the PDF that was provided by Jessica Abrahams from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and that is outlined below. The watershed planner clearly indicates that building can take place from the conservation's perspective as long as it is behind a stable slope allowance delineated in the PDF as the dotted purple line in the secondary plan. The city also provided assurances in earlier communication that there would be no policy change and only a new administrative classification of waterfront residential on CB2. For whatever reason, the new environmental protection zone on map F is certainly not the boundary that was communicated in the attached file PDF and emailed below from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority less than a year ago. There's a small map here, and it asks the question, how do you build a home in the yellow area not aligned to conservation communication received less than a year ago in the PDF? I'm not asking for anything that was not previously committed to, and as you can see, building on lot 15 should allow the same pattern as every other water property along Promenade Way. I am formally requesting to keep the current environmental regulations along Promenade Way, which involves allowing residential lot property owners to build a residential structure behind a stable slope allowance. That is the delineation that was provided. Map F is not clear, but I'm extremely concerned based on the drawing that this boundary has shifted. Establishing a new environmental boundary location impacts residential building for designated residential vacant lot property owners, and this is not aligned whatsoever to previous communications from the City of Fort Erie building permits, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and even the City of Fort Erie, suggesting that there will be no policy changes to waterfront properties in CBTYC with a secondary plan. What is extremely concerning in Section 21, Environmental Protection Zone, is that residential use is prohibited with the exception of existing dwellings. So that boundary is critical, and an expansion would prevent my home from being built. The lot's purchase and valuation was based on residential use and guidance provided by the town of Fort Erie and the conservation. This is a very important matter as the land has no use or value if there is any change that would prevent a residential structure to be built. They've identified Section 21 Environmental Protection EP Zone states that no person shall within an environmental protection EP zone use any land or erect, alter, or use any building or structure except in accordance with the following provisions: 21.1 permitted uses, 21.1.1 residential uses are prohibited with the exception of an existing dwelling or an existing dwelling unit. I'm asking for an immediate amendment to the plan as we do look forward to building on this property and becoming an active member of the Fort Erie community. Please eliminate the environmental zone changes to CBTYC and keep the current environmental approach based on previous communication in regards to the stable slope allowance setback. Can you please confirm receipt as soon as possible and inform me that I will be on the formal agenda to discuss this matter?
Madam Clerk, I responded to that email, and based on information that I received from Ms. Dolch, and essentially advised Mr. and Mrs. Cooney that there isn't anything being changed by the secondary plan, that the designation and zoning is the same in the current official plan and zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw allows for interpretation by the Conservation Authority. In most cases, the hazard zone stops at the shore wall. Should it be removed, the hazard line would be where it's shown on the map. And so there will be no need to change the secondary plan as a result of this, according to the information that I was provided by Ms. Dolch. And I presume that's correct, Ms. Dolch?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. We have interpretive clauses that that allow the MPCA to interpret that section on where the hazard line ends up.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
And your Worship and Madam Clerk, we did have a member in the attendee area raise their hand as you were partway through your reading, Madam Clerk, and just to send a note that they actually are here. So perhaps they may want to come in later during the public meeting and be available for questions if necessary.
Sure. Or they could, if they're related to this, if they're related to the Cooney correspondence, let's just deal with it right now.
I believe they are. I can bring them in now if you wish, Your Worship.
Sure, please do.
Mr. and Mrs. Cooney, we can see that you've joined the panelist area. You should be able to unmute yourself and share your video if you wish.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to, Yeah, so first of all, I just want to thank the council. And yes, it was a little confusing with the maps when I was going through some of the maps. But I did have a chance to talk to Peter as well as the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. And what became very clear is that there is no change, obviously, to your point on zoning designation. And so this certainly has been answered for us, and I appreciate the follow-up and appreciate how quickly you did follow up. So thank you very much for bringing some clarity to it. Very, very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any member of council have any questions of Mr. Cooney? Great. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, no, thank you.
Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a letter from John and Jill Perry. They're not here?
I'm not
Not here, but
seeing
I see the lawyer for the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club. I don't know if he's here on this matter or that's Mr. Nicholas Makos. I don't know if he wished to speak to this or if Mr. and Mrs. Perry are separate item.
Looks like Mr. Makos has raised his hand, Your Worship, so I'll bring him in.
Yeah, okay.
Unless we want Madam Clerk to continue on with reading the other written correspondence.
Let's bring Mr. Makos in because otherwise we're kind of bouncing around here. But I think if it has to do with the correspondence from Mr. and Mrs. Perry, then we should hear from Mr. Makos.
I'll do that. Mr. Makos, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Makos.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm joining in. I do know some of Mr. Perry's thoughts as president of the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club. I have put in correspondence separately on behalf of the club as its counsel. I could speak to that, which I expect may parallel what Mr. Perry had to say, but I can't say for sure because I've not seen his letter.
Well, why don't we, I think in fairness, why don't we then let the clerk provide us with the overview of the letter, and then Mr. Makos will call you back in.
Very good, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Jill and I have enjoyed the community of Crystal Beach over 20 years, and like many of the full and seasonal residents, fully support the community, vendors, and merchants in the surrounding areas. Our community of Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club, CBTYC, has been a catalyst for the change, development, and ongoing health of the local economy, especially during the summer months. We are excited to learn of the long-term vision and planning of our local area, as well as the greater Fort Erie municipality as our community expands and grows. However, when the CBSP was originally presented to our neighbors in CBTYC, we were disappointed in the reach of the plan without consultation, consideration, or involvement of our members. We shared our sentiments in 2019 with the petitioning of the CBTYC, our concern and displeasure of the reach to alter the zoning, capacity, and build out potential within our community, specifically the change of the Erie Road parcels and a new addition from the initial plan of an extended EP area impacting members' private property. At the very least, we should have the ability to have a voice in change and flexibility of designations put forth in this plan, and strongly object to the plan as presented within the CBTYC community for both the Erie Road properties and the EP designation of all the privately held, not public properties. We further submit support of the message below on behalf of all of the community and members of CBTYC as submitted by our counsel and solicitor Nicholas T. Makos outlined below. In quotes, the CBSP/ZBAs propose some significant designation and policy changes to that portion of the Crystal Beach community that interfaces with the downtown district. Our client proposes that the consideration of the CBSP/ZBAs and/or any adopting bylaw be deferred pending further consideration by the Crystal Beach community and discussions with the town on the redesignations along Erie Road and companion site plan discussion impacting on waste collection, end of quote. Our initial consideration, Crystal Beach Club is concerned that, 1, lands along Erie Road are proposed to be designated as medium density as shown in map F. There has been insufficient consideration for the impact on the abutting single family residential community / designation, which these lands previously shared. This area has existing planning permissions developed as part of the original planning for the Crystal Beach community. The ZBAs propose to remove and replace these existing permissions with the suggested approval of the community. This is not the case, and the town has been provided with representations and a petition to the contrary some 2 years ago. It is preferable that the existing single-family home permissions remain in place with the additional policy permissions for medium-density housing or core mixed use. This would offer the Crystal Beach community future flexibility pending further discussions with the town. If this flexibility cannot be incorporated, then adoption of the CBSP/ZBAs should be deferred. 2, the environmental protection designation as shown in maps E and F affects existing residential lots and the community beach in the Crystal Beach community. Insufficient consideration has been given to appropriate policies to permit the continuation and maintenance of these uses. There are a number of member lots that are impacted, and these members may also wish to provide comment. These members have also been advised to make individual submissions to the town, and we respectfully request that the town defer adoption until these submissions can be made. Additionally, the mapping should be reviewed for accuracy and locational criteria. Respectfully, John and Jill Perry.
Thank you. And continue on, Madam Clerk, with the next.
Yes, your worship.
Correspondence?
I have one here from Black Sutherland. It's a law firm, barristers and solicitors. And this is Mr. Mackos' letter.
So we know that Mr. Mackos is here.
Mhm.
He can speak to whatever the letter was that was submitted by him.
Did you want me to bring in Mr. Mackos now, your worship, or later after correspondence?
To go through the correspondence, it doesn't have people who are here who are going to address us. If they're going to address us, we can hear from them directly. So your next item, Madam Clerk.
Next one I have is from Drew Valley.
I do see a Drew Valley here, Madam Clerk.
Is here, Madam Clerk. So we'll let you go to the next written one, and we'll bring in Mr. Mackos, then Mr. Valley. But you said you have one more.
I have another one from NPG Planning Solutions regarding draft.
We do have a representative from NPG here as well.
Okay. I believe I have one more here. So let me check. I believe that's everything, your worship.
Okay, so then we'll go to Mr. Mackos, and you said that he wrote the letter from Black Sutherland.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then let's bring Mr. Mackos back in, and he can provide us with his commentary.
Good evening again, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to council regarding the Crystal Beach secondary plan. I've had the privilege of learning a great deal of the history of the community in recent times in order to properly comment on the plan and its effects. I think the correspondence that you read for Mr. Perry, which reflects what my correspondence says, kind of says most of what I have to say. But I do, having had this sense of history of what's gone on there, there seems to be among some portions of the community, at least, that there's now a sort of a disregard as to what the planning that had been established for the community is going to be discontinued through the designation and through the zoning bylaw. In particular, there's been a portion identified during the presentation as being within the Crystal Beach community that's being designated for medium density use. Now, there had been a certain expectation among a great number of the members of the community that there would be a continuation of the form of development that you've seen at Crystal Beach in the community there on those parcels of land, and they're currently approved for that purpose, and building permits could be obtained. If what's proposed goes through, then that planning permission will no longer be there, and there would be necessary for the community to, and I will make the point that this is a community-owned parcel. This is not lots owned by individuals who intend to build on it. So there is some flexibility available there. However, the community does need some opportunity to come to terms with what is being proposed by the town to see what is most appropriate to both preserve the character of its community and to make the best use of this asset that the community owns. And also to have regard that there is some interface here between the downtown core and the beach community, and whether a transition is appropriate. There are two ways that might satisfy the community to proceed. One would be to defer any designation on this particular parcel along Erie Road, pending some consensus within the community after it conducts its own public process to determine what would be the best use of that property as determined by the members of the community. The other would be to provide some sort of layering, which would preserve the existing planning permission to build single-family cottages on those parcels, but also to layer on top of that the opportunity to determine whether a better use, whether it is a buffering use or simply to fit into the rest of what the community vision is here, to provide it with these additional designations of medium density and perhaps core mixed use, which would then facilitate an opportunity for the community to make its determination and then go back to the town to determine how to best proceed with that without the cumbersome necessity of going through potentially official plan amendments. As we all know, these can take a good deal of time. And it's certainly, I think we've seen certain pressures in your community and others for residential development, for example, and to meet the market demand that's out there. And as well to, as I said, to best integrate into the current plan of the community, which has now been expressed in this published plan. So essentially, I'm offering up sort of two alternatives that would probably afford the community the comfort that it's looking for now. That is to keep the existing permissions and offer some additional permissions that can be considered by the community at its option, or to defer these designations until such time as there can be some more further reach out within the community, a decision made as to the best use of these lands, and then an outreach to the town in order to affect that decision. Again, I can't speak to what time period might be needed to achieve that, and that's why I've offered up the first alternative as well. I will minorly speak to the environmental protection designation. Certainly, I think Ms. Dolch has provided some comfort, perhaps, particularly to the one particular lot owner that has not built. I don't, and again, I'm not looking to speak for individual lot owners and their circumstances, but I expect that there are impacts that this designation will have in terms of renovations, in terms of any expansions or replacement of the residences that are there, and whether there's sufficient appropriate policies to ensure that that can happen. Also, as may have been indicated in the letter comment that had been read out by the clerk, there's been some expressed concern as to the matching of the mapping before and after here. So I thank you again, your worship and members of council, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening with respect to the concerns of the Crystal Beach community. Thank you. I'll certainly take any questions if people have.
That's good. So when you talk about the Crystal Beach community, or in the context of your comments, when you make reference to the community, you're talking about the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club community?
Yes, the 141 residences that are there.
Right. And when you refer to the parcel of land or the community-owned parcel, you're referring to the parcel that is immediately south of Erie Road and to the west of the current developed portion of the community?
Yes, your worship.
Right. Okay. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Mackles? So just for clarity, my understanding is that there has been notification provided to the members of the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club in some fashion. There's been, I believe, according to Mr. Wasserman, there's been some dialogue at some point with respect to somebody representing the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club. Is that not accurate? Mr. Mackos, do you know?
I don't know in detail all of the outreaches that have occurred, Your Worship. I certainly know that there, like any community, there are differences of opinion here, and that makes it more challenging. I hope you can appreciate, just as yourselves have to come to some consensus on this plan, and you may have differing opinions, and you've heard differing opinions from members of the public, no doubt, as well through the process, that these need to be reconciled at some point by you, and it's no less so for the Crystal Beach Club as well, for it to reconcile the views of its membership.
Right, and the context that we're dealing with here, when the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club was created several decades ago, at least 2.5 decades ago, there wasn't the current growth plan, provincial growth plan, or many of the provincial policies that are in place. So there's been a lot of emphasis placed on maximizing the use of existing infrastructure, and there's been a great deal of emphasis placed on density targets and intensification of development. So that landscape has changed quite a bit, and that's the context within which this secondary plan exercise is being undertaken. You appreciate that, I presume.
Of course, Your Worship. I've been working as all of you councillors have with the growth plan since its inception in 2006. I do know that these things are malleable and that pieces do move around, as indicated by Mr. Wasserman in his presentation, that there are certain pieces that have come in and out of medium density, for example, and that I guess I'd put it this way: new pieces had to be found for pieces taken out of the downtown core from medium density. So I do know that these things do move around. That the provincial policy and the growth plan don't necessarily have to be satisfied on this specific parcel. But I do appreciate that if this parcel is removed as, for example, as medium density, that may impact the municipality's ability to meet the targets set for it.
And I just had one final question, Mr. Makos, of a logistical nature. The fence that runs along Erie Road that demarcates the Crystal Beach Tennis and Yacht Club, does that extend to the end of the parcel that you're referring to, that is to the western end of that parcel?
I could not answer that accurately, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. So before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? Yeah, okay, great. Thanks very much, Mr. Makos.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So Mr. Butler, are there other, I guess that would take us to the representative from NGP Planning.
Your Worship, we actually have Drew Valley, I think, ahead of NPG. Yes. We'll go to NPG next.
Okay, thank you.
Bring in Drew Valley now. Drew, we can see that you're in the panelist area now. You should be able to unmute yourself and share your video if you wish.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Valley. We can hear you. We just can't see you yet.
Okay. This is, bear with me because I've never been on a Zoom call, so I'm a bit of a dinosaur when it comes to this stuff. And so I don't know if it's showing up there yet. I see the.
Not yet, but if worse comes to worse, we can hear you, and that's
okay.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, it's my first time on a Zoom call, so forgive me if I muddle through this. You want me to start?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. I'll give you a brief history, maybe. Okay, I have a property on Rebstock, 412 Rebstock, And for the last 2 years, I've been working with surveyors, the town planning on different things, variances, severances, have a building plan set up. And so I've been working on this in good faith for the last couple of years. And then I had extensive conversations with Chris Millar and many other people from the town, but mostly Chris Millar. And through this last 2 years, well, I should say since Chris left, prior to that, we were discussing my property, because on the first two options, I guess A plan and B plan on the Crystal Beach secondary plan, it showed that originally I had a conceptual road going through my property. So when I seen that and I received a letter that I was one of the people that were going to be affected, I called Chris Millar right away. So then we had many discussions, email. I don't want to get into a big long thing about it, but basically Chris this whole time said to me that my property is not affected by A or B. Your zoning's not going to be changed, and don't worry, everything's okay. And then I said to Chris Millar many a times, okay, if there's an issue with my property, let me know, because I know there's a developer bought the corner property where the school is and the existing property beside that. And I said to Chris, if there's an issue going to arise of me not be able to build my single family home on that property, please let me know. I'll try to work something out with the town or the developer Rizzo. And just for a point, so everybody knows, Mr. Rizzo had an opportunity to buy my property before I got it, before I bought the property off the lady on 412 Redstock. So he did have an opportunity to buy it. The only reason he couldn't get it, he tried to lowball the property owner, and I was the next person to come in to buy the property. So I bought the property, and I found out through educate myself in Crystal Beach secondary plan. So after I educated myself, I knew there's some issues going on with this conceptual road. And then that's when I had Chris told me, don't worry about it. There's no issue with your own. They're not changing the bylaw. You're okay to build your home. So this, there's many correspondences with the town planning. And I talked to Jay Mercada, I talked to Anamika, Carol Rach, and Anamika countless times, proceeding in good faith, assuming that I could all these years, the last year or whatever bit, no, not the last year, because COVID was kind of messed that up. But prior to that, in the last 6-7 months prior to that, I was trying to work with the town to come out with a solution for variances, severances, but they didn't agree with any of my variances and that. So I hired a company called Quarter Tech to deal with Anamika Delore. So she dealt with that lady, and actually the lady got the same results as I did. She didn't really get anywhere with the town on that. So, okay. So then I realized I'm going to have to probably start changing my plan for the house, because they said, don't change the plan for your house. So I've been working with the planner off and on, but with COVID, it shut his office down, right? So I couldn't get a hold of him to actually to continue the plan, right? So I don't want to get into a big long thing. So I've been working on showing the history of the town, getting surveyors, dealing with the town planners, dealing with the home planner, talking to the survey, Don Chambers. I hired the company Cortec to deal with the planning service. to deal with the town. I went on that property and I cut about 30 ash trees down and we removed about 30 feet of bush and all that, because I'm the assumption that I'm going to be building on that. And nobody from the town at that time ever told me, when I was going through all these other processes, that on the other hand, they're going to change the zoning on me. It was the contrary. Chris said the exact opposite. And I do have emails many emails documenting all my conversations, right? So a little while back now, we go by COVID now, and I'm just trying to condense this so I don't bore everybody here, is now on the open house 2, I was still on the assumption, I think Chris was still involved in that I would be able to build my single family home on that property. There's no changes coming to my area, and he assured me that. So a few weeks back, I got a thing from my neighbors, because I didn't receive the letter yet. And they called me, Drew, they're making changes to our area again. You better go check into it. I said, oh, okay. So then and by the way, I was working with Don Lubberts for the last year on a lot of these issues, and you sort of guided me through it all. So I contacted Peter Wiseman, and I've had extensive phone calls with him, and I appreciate all the time he actually, it's hard to get a hold of him, but when I do, he does spend the time with me going over everything. So that's the first time that I found out. Now they're thinking of the changing from the down call area to get the density, so now they're going over the rep stock. Well, I have a small lot on rep stock. I'm the only vacant lot on rep stock. It's not owned by a developer. So for the last 2 years, I was trying to work out through the town and, planning and surveys to get a house built there. So now the third open house number 3, I guess they made a total change to the density issues. Now they're moving over to the rep stock to meet their numbers, I'm assuming, for their density. So now on that street, I'm the only gentleman that owns a piece of vacant property on rep stock. So now it looks like I'm going to get the rug pulled out from underneath me that I can't build my retirement home, because I was planning to build my retirement home, spend the next 20 there. They didn't buy it. I didn't buy that property as an investment. I bought it as to be part of the community water down, because I grew up in St. Catharines. I did work in Niagara Falls at the Fort Glass plant. So I planned to build my house on that property. Now they changed supposedly they're going to change the bylaw that's sort of going to pull the rug from underneath those plans. Right. And actually, I'm the only person who's going to be affected on that street, because all the other people's already have their house built and they already live there.
Mr. Valley, this is the public meeting that gives you the opportunity to tell us about this. So you've told us your story. Nothing has been changed yet, and nothing will be changed until council has an opportunity to deliberate on this. And your comments are being recorded by staff.
Okay.
We have a report on our agenda this evening. This provides council with background information. Once we've had this public meeting, the additional comments have been received by staff, then they will further review the matter, and then eventually will provide us with a recommendation staff, at which time council can determine whether or not we agree or disagree. And if we don't agree, we can move amendments to the plan. So what you're basically driving at is you don't want your property to be rezoned, which is being proposed.
Yes. That's exactly. I don't want my property rezoned, because I've been in good faith the last 2 years trying to build a house on that property, right? And so I was trying to. So yeah,
we got that.
I talked to Peter Wiseman already. I'm going to hand in a detailed history of month by month of the communication I had, the emails and everything he wants. I told him I can give him all that stuff, because I've talked to Peter extensively. I probably drove him nuts a bit. And I said I would hand in a detailed history of all the stuff and communications over the last couple. I don't know if that makes any difference, but I said I would hand that.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. And just looking at the map, you have houses on either side of the property that you're talking about, that you own?
Yes. If you go down from the school, the developer owns where the school property is. And then beside it, he owns that other property right beside it. And then there's Scott Hindra, that's on one side of me. And then there's my property. But on your map here, the colored map that Peter gave me that sent out, doesn't show my property. I don't know if you see it on your end, but my property is connected to 4012 rep stock, and it's not showing on the map here, my little slice in there. That actually property is me and Mike Putman's, and then there's another house beside me. So I am actually in between 2 existing homes right now, right? Yep. So I'm in between 2 existing homes. So I don't know what they're going to do. Is I guess through my maybe somebody would buy the entire block, I guess, and buy all those houses up, but. I don't know what the proposal is for them to do there, but I don't know how much density you can actually get on that tiny little lot of mine.
Yeah, I don't think that's the proposal. I think the proposal is that eventually that whole area might become higher density residential use. So, okay, I think we've got the gist of your concern, and I know that if you've had communication with Mr. Wasserman, have you spoken with Ms. Dolch or no?
Yes, Kara was very kind to give me your ear for an hour the other day.
And
I
you've
talked to
spoken
Carol
to
too. I talked to Carol, and then I talked to Ms. Dolce. She was very kind to listen to me ramble on.
You've spoken to
And,
me, and you've
I
also
talked-
spoken to Mr. Lubberts, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been talking to Don for over a year about this as I'm going through different issues. And I had extensive talks with Don the last few weeks. And we had some, I thought, you know, I don't know if I could put this out there. I thought maybe they could grandfather some way that would keep me under the existing bylaw. And then if I sold the property, the next person moves into that property, like an amendment, I guess you would call it, that they would fall under the new zoning bylaw. You know what I mean? The MR1, not the MR2 that's existing as I am right now. So I was thinking, okay, maybe they can do something there to, if I decide to build my house and they allow me, then I'll go in there and build my house. But if I choose to sell it, then okay, I'll let the developer or everybody else, if they want it, to have it, I guess. But that's not my plan. My plan is to live there for the next 20 years and retire on that lot.
Mr. Valley, what stage are you at in terms of putting together your plans for the house?
Well, I was getting some direction from help from Ms. Lutz on that. And I have a plan, but it doesn't fit on the house. So I just talked to my architect, and he said he would start working on the plan, but he said you can't get with the COVID and all the other like trust work and everything else. There's no way he can get it done in the time of August or this before they change the bylaw. It's virtually impossible. And actually I talked to Jay Mercado, and he said the exact same thing. Like, you know what I can't get it done in the time they want.
Okay.
Right.
And you've indicated as well that you had hired a consultant. What was the purpose of that?
Well, the consultant was Quartertech because she was dealing with different variances for the property, because I was talking to Anamika Delaroy, and I got turned down on most of my proposals that they would support. So actually Don Lubberts recommended this company because he said you don't know how to navigate the process, and this company knows how to deal with I guess they deal with town planning all the time. He says maybe you should let them deal with it because of my inexperience, right? So I said, Don, okay. So I contacted Susan Smythe, and we had a meeting. She said, oh, don't worry, I deal with the town all the time. We can get something done here. And don't worry, this is what I do for a living. I'll get back to you. So a few months went by, and she had extensive talks with Anamika and the town. And then she come back after a couple of months, and she said to me, well, I only got 1 foot of variance off one side of your property. And actually that's already had that. So really the 2 months went by and I spent all that money. I didn't get any further ahead. She was still turned down by the town planning for the variance.
So you were looking for variances because you want to build a house that's bigger than what's currently permitted on the parcel?
Yeah, so then I lost all those. So all my discussions, on the variances, I didn't get them. I got 1 foot, but that was from the start. And then I tried to buy some property off our neighbor to solve the problem. Scott Hindra on 4,000 Redekop, and the town wouldn't let me again buy the 4 feet off him to solve my problem. So then I started to, they said to me, you're going to have to probably change your plan. So that's what I'm in the midst now with my, but COVID hit and everything, the planner shut down, you know what I mean? And so COVID sort of threw me back like 6 or 7 months because my Regis Homes, Jason from Regis Homes out of Dunville, he wasn't in the office a lot. And so that put me behind on that part of it. So I've been contacting him now to try to straighten out my plan to fit it on the lot. But he says there's not enough time to do that, he said.
Right. Okay. So you're looking to come up with a plan that will fit on the house as it's currently zoned. Okay.
Yes,
great.
I won't no variances or severances or anything at all. But I just want to keep my basically I want to keep my zoning designation the way it is, so I can I can get this on the go, right? Get it moving, right? But
right.
As
the address
now,
of
go ahead.
Sorry, the address of the property again?
I don't have an address yet, but it's 412 Redekop. I don't just get an address till I actually build a house on.
Okay, great. Do any other members of council have any questions of Mr. Valley? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And Drew, thank you very much for coming out tonight. We did talk about having a new plan that would fit on the property. And it was my understanding that if you got the plan and your building permit application into town hall, that you could move forward, but it needed to be done before the secondary plan was approved. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And did your builder or your architect say anything to you at all about what kind of timeline they need to get that done?
Well, when I was talking to Regis Homes, Jason Schilstra, that's the gentleman's name that's doing the plan, he says there's no way he can get it done the next couple months. And then that's when I contacted Jay Mercado, and he says, no, a complete building plan the way you want is, he said, there's no possible way that they could get it done. And then Jay did say to me there was a few issues in his department with people retiring, people leaving for other jobs, and a couple other issues of manpower. He said it's going to slow it down also, right? So right now, they can't get it completed in the time they want, right? So
yeah, I understand Jay's view, but have you talked to your builder?
Yeah, I just
and
talked
your
to him
architect about how soon they can get it, because looking at the slide earlier, and Mr. Wasserman said that it would be August, late August, early September, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe there's some time there.
Well, I said that to Jason and Jay from the building department, and they said it's not enough time to get it done, right? And he says because of COVID and because the truss designs or something. I'm not an architect. I don't really understand a lot of this stuff. Yeah. But he said, oh, that wouldn't be enough time to complete it.
Yeah. Can you talk to them and ask them to give you a timeline when they can have it?
Sure, I can ask Jason. Yes.
Yeah, that might help us.
Okay. I can ask Jason to give me a timeline on how long it would take.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts?
No, that's fine.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. Valley.
Thank you for tolerating me.
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Butler, I see another hand up.
I just like.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Your Worship. Mr. Valley was on his way out.
Yes, good. Talking as he went.
I believe.
And I see that you have a hand up.
Yeah, I do have a hand up, and I do have Mary Lou Tanner from NPG. If we wanted to go to Mary Lou next.
Let's do her next, and then we can go to Ms. Ryder.
Thank you very much, Mayor Redekop and members of council. I'm here regarding a property that Mr. Wasserman identified that had some zoning changes done to it in the latest update to the zoning bylaw for the Crystal Beach secondary plan, and that's 0-15097 Crystal Beach Drive. And I want to thank Mr. Wasserman and Ms. Dolch for the conversations we had. There are two very narrow issues that have arisen from the changes that none of us could have anticipated. They are related to the minimum lot area, which is 4,000 square meters, and our client's property is 1,900 square meters. And the second issue is, the landscaping area. And the reference to the main parent zoning bylaw is 50% landscaping, and our client can provide 40% landscaping. I simply wanted to bring these issues to your attention. I've written to Mr. Wasserman and Ms. Dolch and suggesting a further conversation. I'm confident we can get this resolved, and that is the narrow scope of the issues for me this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tanner. And I don't have any questions other councillor members may, but in the event you don't get it sorted out, I'm sure either we will hear about it, but it might be prudent for you just to let us know if there are any continuing problems by the time we deal with the recommendation report.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other members of council have any questions of Ms. Tanner? If not, then thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. So, Mr. Butler, that takes us to Margie Ryder.
Hello? Yes, there we are.
Oh, yep. We see you and we hear you.
Good
Good
day,
evening.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Mr. Tonin, who is my neighbor, and this is his first Zoom meeting. And he is at 528 Ridgeway Road in Crystal
I'm sorry,
Beach.
his last name?
Tonin, T-O-N-I-N. Here you go.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, councilors, staff, I live at 528 Ridgeway Road. We've been in Crystal Beach for 40 years.
Oh, we just lost your sound. Could you repeat that again? We got your address. Can then you start again?
Yes, certainly. I live at 528 Ridgeway Road. My wife and I have been in Crystal Beach for 40 years. Love the area. I'd like to thank Mr. Wasserman for getting back to my correspondence, and certainly has done a lot of work on the plan. Very, very impressive. I have concerns about that property that fronts on Crystal Beach Drive, which is called Part 31. It's near the water treatment plant. And there's empty land that runs from there all the way through to the Waterfront Park. First of all, I have some questions. Mr. Wasserman, could you tell me what stacked townhouses are?
Mr. Wasserman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Maggie Ryder. So stacked townhouses. It's a little bit difficult to explain. I can't. I'd like to show you through an image. I don't know if Kira, could you perhaps assist me in terms of just explaining the built form of a stacked townhouse, because I don't quite know how to put that into words, if that makes sense. It's yeah, sorry.
For sure. Thank you. And Mr. Tonin, generally a stacked townhouse, normally townhouses are side by each, and they're joined. In a stacked townhouse situation, they're above one another rather than one on top of the other. That's a stacked townhouse versus the traditional townhouse side by side.
All right, that's what I thought, but I just want to be certain about that. We own 526, 528 Ridgeway Road. The rear of our property shares the same dune as Part 31, which is rezoned for medium density. Now, I've got a couple of concerns, but that portion of the property has been rezoned. But Mr. Wasserman suggested the whole area there should be incorporated into one lot. The front parts are three separate lots, 2 lots and a walkway. Question, can someone purchase one of those lots and build a single family home on it since it hasn't been rezoned? The ones that front on the Waterfront Park?
I'm sorry, I think we missed that.
Okay. The portion of land that's described, only half of it is being rezoned. The other half is still the way it used to be. So the proposal is it should be rezoned to medium density. My question is, these lots in front, if someone were to purchase a lot, they be allowed to build a single home on?
Ms. Dolce, did you pick up the question? And do you, I see the,
Yeah, part 31. But if you look at the section in the write-up, it says, let me find it here. Multiple parcels between Crystal Beach Drive and Terrace Lane. I'm talking about the 4 properties on Terrace Lane. One's a walkway, 10 feet wide.
Yep.
If I were to purchase one of those properties, could someone still build a single family?
so Ms. Dolce, the parcel pattern appears not to match the proposed rezoning as it currently exists. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
Sorry, I'm not sure if Mr. Wasserman can answer that. I'm still struggling trying to.
Okay, so I can try and answer that as far as I understand the question, Mayor. So as far as I understand the question is whether on any of these 4 parcels, either 3, 8, 5, 6, or any of the other 3, if a single detached house can be built on one of these lots. That's as far as I understand. That's the question, right?
Yes, that is the question.
Okay, so I can answer that question. In the documentation currently under of the official plan amendment under point 4.22.9.14, it does currently state that the sites shall be reserved for semi-detached street townhouses, block townhouses, and stacked townhouses, as well as apartment units. So for this designation, those would be the housing typologies that would be well, could be proposed on these parcels as indicated in the medium density. And Ms. Dolce, if you would like to elaborate on that, but that's in the official plan amendment currently. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Can I rephrase my question? Would someone wishing to build a single family home be denied permit to build a single family home?
So Mr. Tonin, just for clarification, are you talking now about the parcel that fronts on Terrace Lane?
There are
or
4,
any?
the ones on, yes, Your Honor, the ones on Terrace Lane, there are 4 parcels there. They're all in, I'm not sure who owns them.
They're partially in green and then they're partially in the brownish color, orange color that designates multiple res. So the question is, if you were to purchase any of those 3 parcels, because one's a walkway, it looks like, could
Yes,
you
that's
build a
correct.
home? And presumably right now you could. And I imagine, Ms. Dolce, that looking at this map, there's no intention to rezone the parcels as that front on Terrace Lane, or at least part of the parcels. But would that leave adequate space to build a house?
Your worship, if I understand Mr. Tonin correctly, I believe the parcels that we are proposing to redesignate to that medium density zoning, permitting only semi-singles in towns and apartments, that section fronts onto Terrace Lane. There's 4 properties that front onto that piece. Right now, you could build a single detached dwelling. If this zoning goes through, you would only be able to, you would be permitted to build those forms of housing, the semis, townhouses, or apartments.
Okay, so the parcel that the part of these lots that fronts on Terrace Lane actually underneath the green is an orange color, or will be an orange color.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah. Okay. Does that help, Mr. Tonin?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, perhaps because of the location of this property, all the properties in our area that have been sold have all been turned into short-term rentals. So if you start building what you propose on these properties, the good assumption they're going to be short-term rentals. I have no idea how this is going to address affordability. These houses will not be very affordable. Or your other objectives. I don't know how it contributes to a year-round community. Most of these houses are left vacant in the wintertime, so I'm not sure why medium density in this area really makes much sense. Okay, that's my first concern. Second concern, your designation of 3 stories is much too vague. I'll give you an example. Property on our dune sold, and at that time, the zoning allowed for height of, it was 9 meters or 30 feet. By the time everything got done, all the minor variances, that 9 meters went to 15.73 meters, or in other words, 51.6 feet. Because it was built into the dune, and you average the high property height and the lower property height, so you don't count the bottom floors. So your 3-story designation is much too vague. I saw in one of the slides you put up there that perhaps a better designation should be, you can build a property of this height when you measure from the basement to the rooftop. Not you can build a 3-story house, put it into a dune, and you get 2 free stories, and then you can vault it. You build this type of house in that area, everything else around there's a bungalow. Certainly not going to protect the character of our area at all. Okay, third one. The property in question is now on an alert. Basically, to fill you in case you're not aware of it, the person who owns the property on a Saturday morning when City Hall was closed came with big machinery, started ripping out trees, and was going to level the dune. The top of the dune near the border of my property has 125-year-old trees at least. That's what 2 arborists have told me. So he was going to level the whole thing. With no regard to the wildlife. This was during nesting season, so he destroyed a lot of nests. No regard to the trees, the beauty. We came to Crystal Beach, lived in Fonthill, we lived in Toronto. We escaped those places because Crystal Beach had dunes and water, trees, and was a very, very, very lovely community. Now, if you level the dune, it's going to affect 3 other properties. I don't know how you do that without creating a 30, 40-foot cliff. If you build on top of the dunes, you're going to tower over everything. If you build these structures into the side of the dune, they're going to tower around everything. Again, I don't know how it's compatible with our particular area. And my fourth issue, I've already had 1 car destroyed, which was parked on Ridgeway Road. I've had the front of my house hit. Traffic is intense during time. And this happened not during the summer even. This happened in the winter time. In the summer, there's an enormous amount of traffic. There's trucks going in and out of the water treatment plant. You bring more density into this area, you're going to have a lot of problems. There's already a problem on events with parking down at the water park. So that's another issue. I just hope you're not going to destroy our community, because we thought we were in Old Crystal Beach. All of a sudden, I think they're going to be in downtown Toronto. So anyways, thank you for your time. I hope some of my comments help at all. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tonin. Before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Tonin? Thank you very much, sir. I'm confident that staff has been making notes with respect to your comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, I don't see any other hands up. Maybe we could ask if there's anyone else that wishes to address council.
Yeah, if there's anyone else in the attendee area that wishes to speak to on this public meeting for the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, I am seeing one more, Your Worship.
Okay, invite Ms. Christensen in.
Joan, we can see that you've joined the panelist area. If you're able to unmute yourself or share your video if you wish.
Oh, let me just see where my video thing is. Where should it be?
Could be in the top, or are you on a laptop or are you on an iPad?
I'm on my laptop.
Should be in the bottom left. Might be in the bottom left if
Oh
you're.
yeah, bottom left.
Bottom left. Oh, yep, okay, fine. Thank you.
Good evening.
Excuse me. Your worship, members of council, staff, I've made my points at the public open house. I made them to Mr. Miller when he was there, and I wrote a letter. I do have some additional information on one of my points, so I'll go to that. I am a resident of Crystal Beach at 3627 Brunswick Avenue. And I have some concerns. I will say that I think the staff have done generally an excellent job in balancing intensification with other considerations. There are, though, some concerns that I have that are more fine-tuning than blowing it up. Excuse me. And some of them, I think, as the previous speaker mentioned, seem to be a bit of a disconnect between the stated priority of maintaining the integrity and character of the Crystal Beach neighborhood and the apparent focus on intensifying in certain areas without due regard to that character. My first comment is with respect to property that is listed under in clause 14 of the bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw 12990 to implement official plan amendment number XX, being the Crystal Beach secondary plan, changes to the zoning of the properties along the east side of Ridge Road, north of the Shore Breeze condominiums, from residential to residential multiple. The rezoning does not only include the properties along Ridge Road, south of Brunswick Avenue, so you can tell there's a personal interest here, but also includes a property listed as 0 Brunswick Avenue. The draft secondary plan proposes to allow developers to develop the property so that the an entry and exit would come off Ridge Road, and that there would be an exit entry road that would empty onto Brunswick Avenue. My specific, and I will be completely open, it's right next door to my house. It's currently a right-of-way. However, I'm also concerned about my neighbors who have children. Ridge Road from Prospect Point Road west to Ridgeway Road is 850 meters. Brunswick Avenue from Prospect Point to Ridgeway Road is 850 meters. Brunswick Avenue from Prospect Point to Ridge Road is 300 meters. So the proposed development would empty onto Brunswick Avenue within a block that is 300 meters long. So there would be about 120 meters on each side. With intensification, I don't know how many vehicles would be within that new development, but conservatively, when Mr. Miller was here, he mentioned 20 units. I don't know whether the intensification discussed or raised by Mr. Wasserman in his presentation would affect that, but 20 units, a lot of people here have 2 cars, so we're talking of 40 cars coming out onto a road that is essentially the end, and at the end it empties onto a street that's beside the lake. I did notice when I read more deeply into the draft document that Brunswick Avenue is listed as an arterial road along with Far Avenue, Ridge Road South, and Rebstock Road and Ridgeway Road, Derby Road, Schooley Road, Michener Road, and Point Abino. In your official plan, regional and arterial roads are, excuse me, just trying to get this off. The arterial roads are roadways mainly under the jurisdiction of the region, which are designed to carry moderate volumes of medium distance interregional and intermunicipal traffic, as well as traffic en route to or from the provincial highway system. Direct access from abutting properties should be limited, particularly near major intersections. Most intersections are at grade, on and on and on. The fact is that I believe that Brunswick Avenue has been designated as an arterial road when an 850-meter road is hardly arterial in any of my experience in urban planning. And I'm wondering whether the intention to have an exit entrance leading from a multi-unit, fairly dense development onto Brunswick Road may be a slight error based on the misdesignation as an arterial road. Brunswick Road is actually no different to the streets south of there, Matheson, Concord, a lot of the other streets. So I would raise that as a significant red flag. The other is that the road, which is south of Rebstock Road, which is an arterial road, is generally home to many cyclists, lots of walkers and kids. It does not have sidewalks. It is very definitely a quiet road. And I certainly invite Ms. Dolch and Mr. Wasserman to come and see where I live. We have children on the street who play quite safely, and so it's of great concern. So I wanted to raise that because it's an additional piece of information that I only discovered today when I was plowing through the paper. So that's my main concern. I believe that it's possible to intensify along Ridge Road, but to not use the right of way, which was purchased by neighbors in the past to build a retirement home. It was, oh, jeepers creepers. It was purchased to build a retirement home on, which I have no objection to. And in fact, I was told it was going to be a home when I bought the house. So I'm suggesting that perhaps a little less density might still provide lots of more housing without creating serious traffic problems on what's a very short street and certainly not an arterial road. My second point is, again, to reiterate my concern, and I believe the mayor spoke to it in his opening remarks. I asked the question at the public open house with respect to whether the current development that's going on apace in Crystal Beach and has been ongoing since 2018, when the original projections were made, whether those units have been subtracted from the projection in order, because it seems to me in certain areas of Old Crystal Beach, the proposal wants to put the units in to get the projected population, not necessarily, and this is where my comment about the character, it's please don't stuff it in if just to get that. First of all, to get that 2,000 to 2,200, take a second look, see how many new units have been put in, and also in light of the fact that you were considering the urban expansion at your last meeting, please consider that there are opportunities there, but there's been a lot of development since 2018. Can that be subtracted? You have much better technical ability to calculate that than I do, going painstakingly through all the old building permit information and approvals and completions. And then my final point is that, and just let me see where it is. Sorry, I get nervous. Again, I'd like to return, and again, a couple of the other speakers mentioned it, I understand that regional transportation systems are not part of our secondary plan, but I do want to speak again to the fact that the sole major roadway coming into Crystal Beach from the QEW is a 2-lane road going through several pockets of communities, several long-standing communities. Perhaps the region has some plans to develop other major roadways, but as we're bringing people in, it already gets quite busy around rush hour. During the summer season, it's hugely difficult. And even if you accept that old folks like me won't necessarily be driving in 5 or 10 years, although I plan to drive till I'm 95, but they may not let me. However, the caregivers who will be coming to my home will be needing to drive to get to my home, and possibly they'll be coming from elsewhere in the region. So that's the one part of the transportation. The other is that as I walk around the spider web in Crystal Beach and see some of the newer houses and see some of the challenges, not only in parking, but just in getting around in that area. I mean, yes, there's a lot of bicycling, there's a lot of walking, but it is a bit challenging. So I just wanted that to be laid out again. So thank you very much for letting me have my say yet again, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christensen. Are there any members of council that have any questions? I just had one that occurred to me as you were speaking, and that is this issue about the attachment to the community, not only by people who perhaps have lived there for many, many years, maybe grew up there, but also by many of the newcomers into the area who are quite attached to it. How do we accommodate them as they get to the point where they want to age in place, but they don't want to be maintaining a home or something that's larger? How do you contemplate we will deal with that if we don't provide the housing necessarily that will permit them to stay where they want to be?
I didn't say that you shouldn't provide it. I'm saying there needs to be a bit of fine tuning, Your Worship. It's I'm more concerned. I'm simply concerned about a very densely built up area with a few spaces, and the fact that you're considering expanding the urban envelope may give a little bit more play, a little bit further. I think there are many areas that I think are, and people will kill me for this, my friends, but I think building on arterials is absolutely the right way to go. Absolutely no question. And if there's apartments built along Erie Road, I would look to building buying or no, actually renting there. I think the plan is great. I just have some concerns about pushing it a bit too far. And that's all I'm asking, to take a look at it and try to fine tune it, not to change the direction at all. The other thing is, this is way beyond the purview of municipal council, is that in terms of aging in place, one of the concepts always, because I worked on seniors issues for 40 years for municipal and provincial governments, you may as well know, aging in place was meant to keep people in their homes, not in my place, which is way too big, but some of the smaller cottages, they should be able, if the services should come to them and they shouldn't have to move. But that's a whole other issue that I don't want to get into tonight because I'll bore you forever.
Yeah, no, not boring at all. And I asked you the question because I know you've got a lot of experience in this area, and I wanted to hear what your thoughts were. And thank you very much for sharing them.
Yeah.
If there are no other members of council that have any questions, and thank you very much, Ms. Christensen, and we'll see if there's anyone else that wishes to address council on this. I don't see any hands up.
Your worship, I'm not seeing any more hands up in the attendee area, but I just wanted to note, and Madam Clerk and I were discussing offline, that one of the letters received after formation of the staff report by NPG was actually on a different matter than on what Mary Lou Tanner spoke to.
But still with respect to
address.
But still with respect to the Crystal Beach secondary plan.
That's right.
Yes, then perhaps, Madam Clerk, you could read that in.
Mr. Worship. With regard to the draft Crystal Beach secondary plan and 0-15850 Rebstock Road, east of Crystal Ridge Park. As you know, NPG Planning Solutions has been retained by M5V Inc., owner of 0-15850 Rebstock Road, east of Crystal Ridge Park in the town of Fort Erie, to provide land use planning advice in relation to a proposal to develop 168 dwelling units on the aforementioned property. We have reviewed report number PDS 47-2021 and the draft Crystal Beach secondary plan released by the town of Fort Erie recently, including the proposed policies, mapping schedules, and implementing zoning bylaw amendment, and respectfully submit the following comments on behalf of M5V Inc. While the draft Crystal Beach secondary plan is generally supportive of intensification, our client's property, though designated as medium density residential, is subject to site-specific provisions under 4.22.9.9 that do not appear to permit the proposed development presented through the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted to the town on May 25th, 2021. See site plan included with this letter. Specifically, section 4.22.9.9C of the proposed secondary plan requires apartment dwellings to form part of any proposal to develop the lands. We are unclear of the intent and applicability of 4.22.9.9C and whether our client's application for back-to-back stacked townhouses blocks would fall under the category of apartment and satisfy this site-specific provision. To date, it is our understanding that back-to-back stacked townhouse blocks do not fall under the category of apartment through Fort Erie's interpretation. This approach is replicated in the draft implementing zoning bylaw amendment. Furthermore, site-specific provision 4.22.9.9D provides height restrictions for townhouse development up to a max of 3 stories and apartment development up to a max of 3 stories. It is our client's intent to provide a back-to-back townhouse form at 3.5 stories, where the half-story will provide outdoor amenity space and no livable floor area. We are unclear of the intent and applicability of 4.22.9.9D and whether the height restriction will apply to only livable floor area. This approach is replicated in the draft implementing zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you for your consideration of our written submission in this matter. We look forward to your response and request notification of any committee or council meetings on the proposed secondary plan, the draft zoning bylaw, and all decisions under the Planning Act, signed by Heather Sewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So before I declare this public meeting closed, is there anyone else that wishes to address council that is in the waiting room?
I'm seeing none others.
Okay, if not, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. It is 8 o'clock, and what I would propose to do is let the regional council provide us with his brief report, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Councillor Ensign, are you agreeable to that?
I'm great with that. Not a problem,
Okay.
Mayor Redekop.
Okay,
I will try and keep this very brief.
do your best.
Mayor Redekop, councillors, staff, and ladies and gentlemen that are listening. Niagara Region Housing continues to move forward with their strategic plan, and it's anticipated it will be brought forward this November to council. A renter's gap analysis has been completed, and if the trend that I've seen continues, we will have to come up, and I say we, the region, will have to come up with over 400 rental units per year for the next 20 years to get to a point where everyone would have a type of housing. The largest demand right now is for single bedroom accommodations. The strategic plan encompasses several locations in Fort Erie for affordable housing, and will also look at properties that are already developed to add an additional structure. The plan will also look at modular built homes and other types of housing will be explored. The success options that have been done in Europe is also being looked at. Currently, the Niagara Regional housing wait time for single apartments to rent in Fort Erie is 11 years right now. I have a problem with that, I'm sorry, but and I'll address that later. The region's homelessness services has completed a homeless point in time count. This is done in line with the Built for Zero objectives and a Home for All, Niagara's 10-year housing and homelessness action plan. Special thanks go out to Fort Erie Native Friendship Center for their assistance and what they've done to help with this. The count is a snapshot of homelessness at that particular day, which was March 23rd, 2021, and keeping in mind the ramifications of COVID. There were a total of 665 people who were counted that day who were homeless. It's noted that there is an increase in the older adults who are now experiencing homelessness, as well as those who are educated. One of the top reasons for the recent housing loss is financial hardship. People can't afford the rent, and the others were COVID related, as one might explain, which were tied to financial hardship and mental health issues. There are several programs that have been initiated at the region and have been to assist the residents. Had it not been for some of those programs, it's feared that a lot of our numbers would have been a lot higher. The road rehabilitation reconstruction program has Dominion Road set to begin this year. The project will see the reconstruction of Dominion Road from Helena Street to Lakeshore by the old Fort. And at that intersection, I know Councillor Butler isn't going to like this, but they're talking about a roundabout. The second project, the Thompson Road Bridge, where Thompson Road goes underneath the CNR bridge, is now in the engineering phase, and studies are being completed now for those options. The other regional roads that are noted as poor in the report in Fort Erie are Bowen Road and Central Avenue. There are 14 bridges in the region that are in poor condition, with the bridge in Stevensville being one of them. Plans are underway to address the Stevensville Bridge in the next year. A detailed map of the roads and the bridges I can get and made that available. I can put that through to the clerk if there's a desire from councillors. And the Vision Zero safety program is continuing to gain momentum. There will be 4 automated speed enforcement devices that are set to be installed in the region. Plans for several portable speed enforcement devices are being developed, and they will be rotated to different areas in the region. Part of the Vision Zero program is a review of collision statistics and what can be done to minimize them. Intersections were the leading cause and concern, with the majority of accidents happening there. Countermeasures are being implemented to counteract the statistics, including the use of red light cameras and enhancing the crosswalks. There is a new municipal 511 program that is being initiated for residents to call for updates on road construction issues and events, road restrictions, and conditions and emergency notices. And finally, the first budget meeting for 2020 was held last week, with workshops for next year's budget set to begin in September of 2021. There are interesting times ahead. I'll leave it at that through you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Appreciate your update. And if we could get a red light camera at the intersection of Municipal Drive and Garrison Road, right out in front of the high school, that would be fantastic. I know that that they're working on that, so maybe between the two of us, we could work that.
Absolutely.
Are there any members of council that have any questions of Councillor Encina? I'll go with Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Butler and then Councillor Lubberts.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Encina. It's great to see you, Tom. Thank you for coming this evening. Quick question. We had some brief discussions about the region's plan to begin registering out of province vaccinations. And I'm just wondering if you perhaps have an update or if there's some information that's come out your way regarding that effort and when we can expect some more news.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Redekop. I was just informed this evening, just before our meeting tonight, by my neighbor who actually tried to call and register, and again she ran into problems with public health. In my questioning of Dr. Hergy last week, I was advised that it would be up and running by Friday, last Friday. It's not. I will be sending a question to him again this evening once we finish, asking when, why, and why it wasn't addressed. And I will get back to you on that.
And through you, Your Worship, if I may, I do appreciate that, Councillor Encina, very much with all of us moving forward being based on vaccination metrics and the number of cross-border travelers we have in this area. I think it's very important that we capture that information. So I do very much appreciate that you're on top of this, and I look forward to the email you're sending out. I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Encina. I wondered if you could direct me to the information that you provided with respect to the March 23rd count of 665 homeless individuals. Is there a report or?
Yes, through you, Mayor Redekop. It was delivered at the Public Health and Social Services Committee last week. It is an actual report that was published by Homelessness Services at the region. And I believe it was Kathy Cousins, who is the director there. If you'd like, I could ask her to send you a copy of that report.
Is that part of the agenda, Councillor Encina?
Yes.
Was that report? So
Yes.
you could email that to Councillor Butler.
Absolutely.
So, okay. In fact, I think maybe other members of council would be interested in that. So if you could you send it out to all of us?
Absolutely, Mayor Redekop. I can do that. Not a problem.
Great, thank you. Councillor Butler?
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you, Councillor Encina. You talked about the region would have to bring forward 400 rental units per year for the next 20 years to address the housing shortage.
I wrote down 450 for 10 years.
10 years?
Well, I wrote down 450 for 10 years. Did I get that wrong?
20 years. Sorry, 20 years.
Years. Thank you.
450 for 20 years?
Yes.
And what is the region's schedule now? How many are they doing per year?
What they've done so far, they have done if memory serves me correct, I'm going to say close to 230, far short.
230 this year?
With last year and this year, I believe it's around 230.
And that's going to be their plan for every year, 230 a year?
No, and I'm glad you asked that. One of the things that we have been pushing for, and I've been a little too vocal sometimes, is the fact that we have to do better. So what they're actually going to do is they're going to look at properties that are already, through throughout the region that are owned. I believe there's a couple places in Fort Erie that already have NRH properties on. So what they're doing is, if the property is big enough, it's already been zoned, it's everything else has been done. So what they're looking at is if they can clear the land behind, or if there's enough room, they're actually looking to build another structure right on that property. Very similar, if I can use the example, very similar to what they're doing here on High Street. They're making use of that. So that's one of the things that the Niagara Regional Housing is looking at doing. Councillor Lubberts, I'm not going to accept what they're saying, and I'm looking forward to the strategic plan coming out, because they're saying some of those issues that we're talking about now can be addressed and are going to be addressed in better and different ways of dealing with a lot of the problems that we're having.
Yeah, I think what I would like to see is, I'd like to see, just give me the plan. How many are you going to put together each year? I don't need a strategically planned system in place. I just need, if it's only 230, are you going to continue with 230 a year and then address the shortfall with your strategic plan? Because what I'm hearing is that's what they did so far, but that doesn't mean that that's going to happen next year. And I think we need to know, just like anything else, we need to know what the plan is to catch up and get to that 450 mark.
I couldn't agree with you more. Through you, Mayor Redekop. And that's one of the issues that I have been pressing. I've been very cynical of, and no offense to the planning folks, I've been cynical of the strategic plan of waiting and holding off and getting until they get things done. So I have been pushing and will continue that we need short term. And yes, you're going to have a long term, but you need a short term plan. And that's kind of what we're addressing in the next, I'm going to say the next couple of months, as to how do we move forward. I know they're looking at the one in Niagara Falls that has, I believe, 80 units in it. There's one in Welland. They have looked at a couple of pieces of property here in Fort Erie, and I know they are in the strategic plan and how they're going to address them. And the other thing that they're trying to do now is they're trying to partner with nonprofits to see if for the region to build all that is required, we wouldn't be able to afford it. And I think by putting that in a budget, I think it would make Mayor Redekop's hair go even grayer if he ever saw the numbers, what it would cost.
And even lose it, it'd fall out.
So what they're trying to do now is not just to build it, but to partner. And they have a lot of incentives that they're trying to work forward through. CMHC they're trying to work through CMHC to get them to loosen up and to partner to make it easier. They've also, Niagara Regional Housing also has gone and provided project managers that are experienced, that have done this, to actually go through now and help the nonprofits get through. I know the YWCA has taken, has built and used a program manager for that also, and along with what's going to happen here just down the street from me.
So Lubberts, anything further?
No, that's fine with me. Thanks.
Councillor Noyes.
Mayor Redekop, through you to Councillor Insignia. Councillor Insignia, you mentioned about the bridge on Stevensville Road, and I'm just wondering, you mentioned that it was going to probably happen next year. I would imagine it's still in design phase, but do you have any idea of the length of time the bridge would be closed or gone? That road would be closed, and if there's any further discussion whether if one lane's going to be open, or are they going to have to close the entire road?
Councillor Insignia, would you know that?
Through you, Mayor Redekop, it's my understanding that they're going to do the engineering and the planning for it next year. And subject to financial, it will be done in between 22 and 2023.
Okay, so
So it's,
Thank you.
they have, yes, and I will ask them to see if they can provide some kind of update for me.
thank you for that.
Any other counselors? Then thank you very much, Councillor Ensign. I appreciate all that information. And what we're going to do is take a break right now. It's 8:21. So let's come back at 8:30. That's not 10 minutes, but it's 9. Okay, we're just about ready to go back into session. Looks like everybody's here. Yep, we're all here. Okay, so we're back in session and we're at the consent agenda. And there is one report, PDS 50/2021, that has to be dealt with separately. Councillor Zanko, you have the resolution to put the consent agenda on the floor. So could you do that, less PDS 50/2021, please?
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended. Save and accept PDS 50/21.
Good save. Any questions or comments with respect to any of the items in the consent agenda as amended? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I just want to go through the beginning of this, and this plan after.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We're on the consent agenda. What are you referencing?
Oh, the Creekside Estate subdivision.
Okay.
Report 49/2021.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. This whole thing started back in 2008, but then with the OMB hearing, looks like it didn't get off its feet till April 2011. And it shows that the OMB approved the draft plan subject to the conditions of the draft plan approval. And my question is, the draft plan approval that we're looking at now, is that the same that was there in 2011? I think that's Schedule 6.
I mean, subject to the proposed amendment of paragraph 44? Condition 44. Ms. Dolch, can you comment on that?
Yeah.
Through you to the councillor. Again, over the years, we have modified conditions based on the names of ministries and other things, but generally the conditions are the same with the addition of obviously this new condition 44.
Okay, and I see this is the 5th time that this year is coming out, that they're asking for an extension. And on page 3 of the report, it talks about the region providing their comments. And I spoke with Ms. Dolch about this earlier, Mayor Redekop, and I'm still confused as to what they're trying to say when they say that the extension does not meet the requirement of 50 persons and jobs per hectare for green feed development. The density is 26.6 persons. Then it goes on, the region notes that this is acceptable. And how can it be acceptable if it doesn't meet the requirements? Maybe Ms. Dolch can explain that a little further.
Ms. Dolch?
Sorry, it went off. Through you to the councillor. The province requires 50 units and jobs per hectare now through provincial policy growth plan work. In terms of when this proposal came in, started pre-consultation and going through the process, they would have proposed something obviously less than the 50 percentage jobs. And in this case, it was 26.6 persons per hectare. Obviously, as that goes through the process, there's regional policy that kind of speaks that generally those would be recognized if you've been through the process or been approved at that time prior to these new policies taking force and effect through the province. In this case, obviously, that's why the region's saying it is acceptable. However, should this draft plan lapse or anything change in the future or lapse, or they decide they don't want to extend it the region any further beyond this request, they would have to meet that 50 persons and jobs per hectare because they would be starting over, and the new policies of the day would then apply, whereas previously they were considered under the old policy regime.
Councillor Lubberts.
Okay, thank you. Then on Appendix 3, I guess that would be page 8 of 21, page 8 of the report. And that's why I asked earlier and commented earlier about this here has all been since 2011. And now they're saying that they've initiated a detailed design of the stormwater management, but should that not have been done in 2011? Because the conditions were the same in 2011 as they are now. So wouldn't that be in there?
Ms. Dolch.
Through to the councillor. So back in 2011, they would have done a preliminary stormwater management report. Generally, it looks at it looked at a pond area, the size generally they're looking at, and some minor details. They don't get into detailed design work, however, and that's what the conditions are for. So we asked them to do detailed design as part of the final subdivision. So that's what they're working on now. But previously they did look to make sure that they could deal with stormwater management on a preliminary level and that there was no hiccups.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. So if you bring forward a preliminary design, that basically gives you what you're going to get. But now the detailed design, how much more time does that take? Does that take 11 years, 3 years, 6 months?
Ms. Dolch, can you answer that, or do you want me to ask if Mr. Walsh would like to weigh in?
I can try to answer. I can generally preface it by yes, it would not take 11 years in terms of the detailed design. Normally for subdivisions, we do allow them to meet the conditions within a 3-year period. So I would say definitely within that 3-year period, you could adequately do your detailed design work. But perhaps Mr. Walsh has a better answer.
Mr. Walsh.
No, Keir's hit the number on the head there.
And then same thing on page 8 of 21. They said now that this is the new owner, they're addressing the outstanding archaeological assessment requirements. Now I read that the archaeological assessment was done in 2008. How can there be outstanding requirements after 13 years or 14 years? And what were they?
Ms. Dolch, do you know?
Through to the councillor, if I remember correctly, I think the major issue was they did some archaeological works. They hadn't got their clearances as required from the ministry. They do require those clearances before, as well as through the region. So they do have to get that before they can continue on, that the site's been cleared of no further artifacts.
Councillor Lubberts.
What kind of clearances would they get? The region would look at the assessment and see that there's no reason to go any further?
That has to be approved by the province, does it not, Ms. Dolch?
Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. You're correct, Your Worship. It does have to be approved by the province. So they look at the archaeological study based on the consultant's finding and determine whether or not any further archaeological works required. Once they clear that for no further archaeological works, that's when the region will clear the condition.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, and does that take 10 years?
Cut to the chase.
Yeah, does that take 10 years for the province to report back?
Councillor Lubberts, I don't know that it does, but you're driving towards an objective here. Why don't we just get to the objective?
Well, what I'm saying here, Mayor Redekop, is here we go again. We got a plan here that started in 2008. And we got a developer. I understand that he just purchased this property in 2020, right? But all these things should have been done long before tonight. And there's no reason why they come back 5 times looking for an extension, right? And I'm gonna ask a question of Mr. Cookett. And Mr. Cookett, is there something that we can do, right, to expedite these developers? Because it seems to me that they're quite content knowing full well that all they have to do is ask for an extension and they can drag their development on for 10, 15, sometimes 17 years. So isn't there any incentive that we can give, penalties for not coming forward with their plan? Now, a few weeks ago, Mayor Redekop asked about, getting these things done, and we notify, the town of Fort Erie notifies the developer when their draft plan of subdivision is nearing expiration. So can we not do something between the time they get their approval and the time it expires to make sure that they're moving along and give them timelines so that after the 2 or 3 years that they need to put their plan together, everything is done?
Well, that would be a question best directed to Ms. Dolch, and that's where I'm directing it.
Through you to the councillor. Obviously, the Planning Act permits extensions of draft plan approval. It's listed in the Planning Act. You can request an extension. It's council's ability and authority to approve or deny those extensions. That's the process under the Planning Act. If they don't meet it within that time frame, as you're seeing tonight, you have the ability not to extend draft plan approval. In this case in particular, it is a new owner. I'm encouraged by what's gone on so far. The previous owner did not move this along very quickly, so I am encouraged that this one may move things along a little quicker, and hopefully we won't require any further extensions. But obviously I can't make that commitment to you. Really, that's going to be dependent on the developer.
So Councillor Lubberts, as you know, what we have been doing most recently is not necessarily extending the draft approval for as long as developers have been requesting, depending on the circumstances. The other thing that we've done is we have told some developers that when we provide the extension, that it will be the last extension. So those are things that we have been doing, and it will take a short period of time for the word to get out to developers that we expect that if they're going to seek approval of a plan of subdivision, that they will move forward with it. And there are many circumstances that arise that do cause delays. However, those are the things that we have contemplated doing and have done recently to try to address the concern that you have, which is a concern I think that all of us have.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and I agree. And I sympathize with Mr. Gibbons. He purchased this subdivision or this draft plan, and it was the previous owner that was dragging his feet. But when it comes to council, I think we need to remind the developers that, we're not happy with 10 and 15-year draft plans and extensions 5 and 6 times. So I hope that even Mr. Gibbons listens to what we're saying, and he understands that he's on a timeline now. Here's his extension. I'll support the extension tonight, but again, he inherited a draft plan that's over 10 years old, and I hope that he continues to work as fast as the report says he's working.
Well, it would have been prudent to ascertain before the transaction was completed that he could get the extension. However, we are where we are. And the other thing, yeah, let's leave it at that. I did have a couple of questions on this report. If you're finished, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I think Councillor Noyes had her hand up.
I'm sorry, Councillor Noyes, go ahead. On this report.
It's on the same report, the Creekside, yes. I noticed that they're asking for a 3-year extension, and what the report is recommending a 2-year extension. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the region typically won't go beyond 2 years, and I'm sure that's the town's policy.
And I understanding that. The other thought I had was in regards to the upgrade of the road of Nye Road. Again, that was not on our radar for being done for the purpose of this subdivision. It wasn't on the radar to be upgraded. And I think they also have to kind of straighten the road a little bit at that turn or something like that because of the outlet, or there's some complications now. I'm hoping that I guess Mrs. Stolch can probably explain it. What are the town's costs to upgrading this road, and what would they have been if the change wasn't required for the outlet?
Ms. Dolch, would you know that?
Sure. Through to the councillor, the works that are being undertaken on that road are a development charge project, so it was in our development charge works regardless of the subdivision. So this is something we were looking at in any event. What's happened recently is when we plan, we work with IS and start to plan when subdivisions are coming online and other things. And sometimes projects will move dependent on where we are with development in that area. In this case, it did move forward in the project schedule, and that's where we are today.
If I can continue.
Yep.
My understanding, and I could be wrong, is that, but we weren't planning on doing to Nye Road what is now required to Nye Road.
Ms. Dolch, can you
We had
comment
to
on
make
that?
some changes.
Yeah, were there some upgrades to this road as a result of this development going forward?
Through you to the councillor, and I'll ask Mr. Walsh to pipe in as well if he has some further information. But my understanding is the road works that we were contemplating, there was some road improvements necessary on Nye Road. There were some sightline issues identified through the development, and that's something that was a factor in the development that they had to consider, and it is triggered through this development. So they can't proceed with this development until those improvements are made, and that's something in the conditions. But some of these works were to be done by the town as part of the DC schedule, or DC project. Sorry, I don't know if Mr. Walsh has anything to add further.
Mr. Walsh?
No, same. Kira's hit it on the nail on the head.
Mr. Noyes?
Nothing further. Thank you.
So just for clarification, Ms. Dolch, the road work on Nye Road is going to be done by this developer and paid for by development charges?
Your worship, that's correct. So they're doing the detailed design work right now, which we'll review, and the cost is something that we budgeted for through the development charges. And now they'll proceed with the construction. And
the development itself cannot be constructed until this road work is done? Is that what you said?
That's correct, Your Worship. There's a condition included in the package, and that's why we've moved the project ahead in the DC schedule. They were looking for that to occur earlier, and that's why they asked to do the detailed design work.
Then if this passes, you may want to alert the developer to the fact that we won't expect delays in the road reconstruction to be an excuse for a further extension of the approval 2 years from now. At least I wouldn't be expecting that, and I'm confident other members of council aren't thinking that would be an excuse that would be appropriate. Any other questions with respect to this report? Any other questions with respect to any of the other items in the consent agenda? If not, I'm going to call the question on the consent agenda, less PDS 50. All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Zanko, could I get you to move PDS 50 2021 for consideration by council?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council approves the consent agenda item 5021 as recommended.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to that report? All those in favor of the recommendation? And opposed, that is carried. So that then takes us to reports, and the first report relates to the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan. And Councillor Lubberts, you have the resolution for that.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council receives for information purposes report number PDS 47-2021 regarding proposed official plan amendment, OPA number 54, being the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan, together with proposed amendments to zoning bylaw 12990 to implement the OPA number 54.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the report? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just a couple questions. Couple with Fred Tonin. He spoke earlier, and he is concerned about building in behind his place, and they want to build from right from Crystal Beach Drive all the way through to Terrace Lane. I'm wondering, as staff, or is staff going to require that if there is any development there straight through, that there be some kind of stability study done on the sand dune? I know it was required in Point Avenue.
Ms. Dolch?
Through to the councillor. Yes, it would be a requirement. It is a dune. It's recognized as a dune by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, so they would be requesting the slope stability studies through a development application.
Would that request come from the region, or can we make that a request too if they don't?
Ms. Dolch, you said the Conservation Authority?
That's correct, Your Worship. Through the Conservation Authority, they will request that. They've been involved in that dune area already previously, so it's regulated by them.
Okay, thank you. And Joan Christensen, she was talking about traffic in their neighborhood. And I'm just wondering, I know that we do a lot of, or we request a lot of traffic studies. Do they keep the data on these studies and compare their data so that, let's say, for instance, we're going to have a unit that's going to have a medium density of 20 units. Do they break it down? Could they give like a breakdown, 20 unit a building, right, would cause an increase of traffic of this, so that instead of doing a traffic study, we can we won't give an accurate because you need to be site specific, but we can give a little bit of an idea of what kind of traffic increase that would cause. Do they have anything like that, or can we look for something like that from these consultants?
Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the councillor, I can see that obviously a lot of our staff aren't traffic experts, but based on their review of a number of traffic studies, Mr. Corvar as well as Mr. Walsh, obviously they do have an idea on when traffic will be an issue, and that's usually when we as staff request a traffic impact study. And that's something we look at. We also rely on the region. If it's a regional road, they do have traffic experts on staff that do provide that. But I don't know in terms of if there's a standard formula. I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Walsh knows where we could calculate for sure.
Mr. Walsh?
As Kira said, it's we start off with kind of a look at the big picture, and then if we have questions, we'll go into details following that. There's no hard rule of thumb right now.
Yeah, and I think that's my question, because there is no rule of thumb. Is there something that, you know, maybe we can plant the seed with some of maybe the region or some of the consultants and say, you know, this is a type of thing that would be interesting to have available so that some of the residents, we can give them a small idea of what to expect as far as increased traffic in the neighborhood, depending on the size of the development.
Yeah. Well, most of the developments really have very little impact on traffic when you think of it. If you're adding 50 homes to a development, which is a fairly big development for Fort Erie, you're adding 50 cars to a road that already has 3,000 cars going down it a day. It's really immaterial. So, but we can take it under advisement, I suppose.
Mr. Lubberts, anything further?
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly. And I appreciate that, but the residents, they're not as in tune to traffic studies as yourself or other people. And I think just be nice for them to see something on paper, just to give them peace of mind. And if I may, Mayor Redekop, just the
Before
last
you leave that, what is it you're suggesting?
That they just try to collect some data, and so that we have just a small idea of what kind of impact certain size developments will have, 10 units, 20 units, 30 units.
Well,
I know
Mr.
Wells says there's nothing written in stone, but I know that when you collect data and you do your studies, if you look at your data and analyze it, you can come up with different scenarios. And I know they can do those things because it's done on a regular basis. And I'm just looking to see if there's anything out there that they could come up with.
Yeah, so the problem that I'm having is you're asking staff to do some work on something that hasn't been presented to them yet. And you're asking them to do more work by giving multiple.
I'm just looking to talk to staff and say, is there anything out there that they know of? And maybe when they're talking to their colleagues and consultants, that they can just plant the seed and see if there's any of that information out there that's available to us.
Okay. Do you understand that, Mr. Walsh? Yep. Okay, great. You had one other point, Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, and then the Crystal Ridge Park and Rebstock. There was talk there of somebody, the delegate was saying that with the new zoning and everything, that their application is now going to be turned down. And my question is, are they far enough into the process with staff that their application is still going to be valid?
Ms. Dolch.
To the councillor, so their application is in. We have circulated it, so they're in the process already. But we have had discussions with them further on the secondary plan, but their process will run independent of what happens with the secondary plan because their application was in prior to its approval.
Yeah, so they're not going to be canceled out.
Again, that decision will be made by council in the end through.
So we don't know what the proposal is yet, Councillor Lubberts, so we'd have to see whether it's something that after a public meeting, it's something that we would approve or require modifications of.
Oh, so they're not that far into the process that they won't get canceled. They could still get canceled then.
It made the application for a rezoning, I presume, Ms. Dolitz, is that correct?
That's correct. An official plan amendment and a rezoning.
Right. So that goes through the public process, including a public meeting and reports to us. And we're the ultimate body that determines whether we grant the OP and the zoning amendment.
Yeah, okay, so they're not far enough into the process where they can still get denied.
Well, they're into a process that's going to be proceeded with. And so what happens here isn't going to prejudice their application is what I heard. Is that what you advise us, Ms. Dolitz?
That's correct, Your Worship. The secondary plan would not be in place at the time of their application, so it's not a factor we would consider.
Right. Is that clear now, Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, okay, I see that.
Anyone
Yeah,
else?
That's fine with me, thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? So just a question about the this property that's on the dune that we did have some challenges with because, as Mr. Tonin indicated, tree cutting started without, I don't think, anyone knowing about it. I don't think the Conservation Authority approved it. Why would we be designating that particular parcel for multi-residential use? What would be the philosophy behind that?
Your Worship, this has been in place since early on through the original plan that was presented. At the time, I believe that the main thought process was that there was some intensification. It is a nice location with a number of amenities, the park, beach, or the waterfront area. And it was a parcel, a large vacant parcel, and there are individual parcels along Terrace Lane, but consolidated as a whole, they could make a development parcel on the waterfront.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily buying that, but I hear what you're saying. Okay, any other questions or comments? I'm going to call the question with respect to this. It's being received for information purposes. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So then that takes us to new business inquiries, and we have a resolution from Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lubberts. The council accepts the resignation of Rob Barraghelli from the Ridgeway Business Improvement Area Board of Management, and further, the council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Are there any other items of new business or inquiries? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if we had an update regarding the McDonald Drive costing for lights.
Mr. Walsh.
I dropped an email to Canadian Niagara Power the next morning from our previous meeting. I haven't heard back from them. It was on my to-do list today to see if I could get further information. My apologies, I never got around to it today. It's on my list.
Okay.
So when you get a response, you'll circulate that to members of council?
Certainly, and then bring it back formally to this forum.
Great, thank you. Councillor Butler? Okay, anyone else? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to add some quick comments about the border closure extension that you mentioned earlier. And I think it goes without saying that I'm actually in full agreement with what you said earlier. There's just a few other things that I wanted to expand on that make it, one of which in particular makes it very difficult and makes the news that we got regarding the easing of quarantine for incoming travelers not as big of a benefit for families and other individuals who are separated along the Fort Erie border. The big issue and the challenge that we're facing right now with these families that are separated is there's no reciprocal agreement between Canada and the United States on who can enter. And obviously we can't control what the Americans do. It's their decision. But it's a real awkward situation right now because we have families in Fort Erie who, parents, even children located on the American side. And in order for them to go over to Western New York, they need to drive to Toronto. They need to hop on a plane, assuming that that plane is filled with individuals. They then need to fly to the United States to an airport that accepts them. Then they have to either fly or drive to Buffalo to actually get to where they want to go. That would be a 10-minute car drive alone. So it's a little bit of an improvement, some of the news we got with regard to who's coming into the country. Vaccinated travelers, obviously, there's low risk. We should be easing quarantine requirements for them, but this doesn't help anyone who's dealing with the other way, and that's going to be a challenge we need to work through. I'm concerned as well that the federal government has not adopted the recommendations of the COVID-19 testing and screening expert advisory panel with respect to the protocols on how we deal with different categories of travelers and what the quarantine is. One would hope that if we're following the science and we're listening to the experts, they came up with this back on May 28th. I find it interesting that we're now coming into July and we're still wondering what's going on. And that takes me to my other concern as well, is some of the mixed messaging we seem to be getting about vaccination. When we're being told that a certain percentage of the population needs to receive full vaccination to ease measures, I think it goes without saying. The vaccines work. They reduce hospitalizations. They prevent you from being infected. They reduce your chance of infecting someone else if you win the lottery and get a breakthrough infection. It's frustrating when we're telling every single person that go out, get the vaccine, it protects you, it protects others. But then you hear leaders like our prime minister saying, oh, but the vaccine, you may infect someone. And it's frustrating to see this mixed messaging, particularly with respect to the border, because we're being told that this is the resolution to the pandemic out of one side of their mouth, and then unfortunately being told that it isn't out of the other, and it's causing a lot of confusion. I hear that from individuals quite a bit, and I certainly hope we're not inadvertently promoting hesitancy because of this mixed messaging. So, Your Worship, I appreciate everything that you're doing to advocate for this issue. I certainly look forward to the outcome of the next Border Mayors meeting. Please keep us apprised, and thank you for all the work you're doing, Your Worship, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your comments, and this is an area of great frustration, I'm sure, for many people. We all understand the need for safety, and we all need to understand the need for protocols, and we all understand the need to go cautiously forward. But cautiously forward means movement of some sort, and there's really been no movement despite the minister's assurances that 75% first doses, 20% second doses would see some changes, and the changes are almost unnoticeable. So I appreciate that, and I definitely will keep all of you posted as to any further discussions among the mayors and any breakthrough that we might have with the federal government in obtaining some revelation as to what the plan may be, even an explanation as to what the logistical challenges are, and we can anticipate what some of those might be, including how do you determine who's been vaccinated? What is it that you're using as a standard and as a digital tool? In any event, I could go on, and I don't want to. Councillor McDermott, you were next.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'd like to direct this question to Mr. Cookett. I know over the past 3 or 4 weeks, we've been working hard to try and find ways of reopening the pool for July and August. And I understand that we've ran into a few roadblocks, which isn't going to sit well in our ward anyway, in Ward 1 and quite possibly in Ward 2 as well, because we do share the pool. I'd just like to ask you to give us an update on what you've been doing and where we're sitting at right now with regards to the pool.
Mr. Cookett.
Sure, to the mayor, just a little background for everybody's benefit. A few years ago, we had that pool assessed, and at that time, it was at the end of its useful life. Fortunately, we were able to band-aid it with the help with the underwater recovery unit. We put together a lease agreement with them, and they ran it for a few years. That lease agreement ran out last year, and we consider it during the budget preparation for 2021. But the concerns we had is the cost to keep it going, and not knowing where we would be with the pandemic, and if we could open it. First of all, was one, and we were trying all along at the budget preparation to keep our levy as low as possible because of how COVID affected everybody financially. Little background there. So recently, we were approached by a not-for-profit, and they were considering of helping us get that back open. And one of the big costs is the staffing, administrative costs, and so forth. So we did have it assessed recently. We took a look at it, and unfortunately, there was some major damage done to the pool, in particular pumps and filter system. And we don't have a cost on it yet. The guesstimation is $50,000. But that is a small piece of the puzzle here, because the contractor says it's going to be about 3 weeks to do the work, but they don't know how long it's going to take to get the parts to actually replace it. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get it open this year. I can almost say for certainly we're not going to be able to open it. We are looking for other solutions of what we can do to help wards 1 and 2 for a water feature water facility, and that may involve utilizing our transit system. So unfortunately, that's not the best news for those in Ward 1 and 2.
Councillor McDermott?
Yeah, if I may continue.
Yes.
So I guess my question would be, on top of that, would be that, we can only go a certain amount of time without a water feature. Ward 1 and 2 are the only ones that really don't have one. Everybody else is pretty well set up. So I don't know if it's going to take the moving up a project, say the reconstruction, reconfiguration of the sugar bowl, but there's some decisions we're going to have to make along with this. There was a pool study done back a number of years back where putting in a pool would be worth about $3.1 million. Now, as everybody knows, prices go up. God only knows what a pool is going to cost in the future. Same as we'll have to make that choice between that or a larger type of showcase type of splash pad to enhance that park. One or the other. But council's going to have to make that decision. So I don't know what you can do to maybe give me some direction along the way with regards to moving up that park reconstruction. And because I wouldn't want to see the north end and south and west end of town here go without any sort of water feature for the next 3 years. So I kind of think we're going to have to act relatively quickly in order to put a plan together. Because I know that, probably these 2 months is going to be bad enough. July and August is supposed to be hot. And we'll have to do without. I mean, we can't help the fact that there's broken machinery there. Can't help that. It's nothing that we could do about that other than make a decision on whether we're going to repair that, or whether we're going to take a look at other options. So I know I'm very unhappy about not being able to, forward this cost here because, Kismet Pool has been a big part of our town history ever since I was a kid. And I guess the only saving grace is that back in our day when the pool was around and they were ever having regular swimming lessons, like last year we didn't have swimming lessons. But they used to have swimming lessons because children like ourselves would, be foolhardy and jump off the train bridge. And we had a heyday jumping off the train bridge and swimming in the river. That's where we learned to do that. And we had the baby hole at that time too. So you did swim in the river from time to time. I don't see that as being a big deal in this next generation that we've had. I don't see a whole lot of swimming in the river. That's about the only consolation I see to it though. Because I know that people are looking forward to return to the pool this year. And the last thing I want to do is break bad news to them. But I can't see it. I can't see moving ahead with it the way it's set up. But I think that we better, before we spend that money, take a good look at that system itself. Because even if you put a splash pad in, if you didn't put a pool, it was just a splash pad. That water function that pumping house provides could possibly save us some money down the line if it is repairable. If it's not, something that we should be asking if it should be repaired or not. Number one, I guess. But I thank you because I know the effort you put into it the last 3 or 4 weeks has been yeoman, and we were kind of hoping that we wouldn't see these mechanical problems. But I know that you've made an effort at it, and I congratulate you on that. It's just a shame that it's come to this. So if I may, I have another couple of questions, not regarding the pool, but as an inquiry.
Yeah, before you leave the pool though, Councillor McDermott, part of the challenge this year is that even with the Kinsman Pool not being in a position to open, the Boys and Girls Club can't even open the EJ or the EJ Freeland Center right now because of the provincial rules. So hopefully that will change because we had talked about the possibility of working with them to arrange for some busing, not just necessarily for wards 1 and 2, but there may be splash pads elsewhere, but there are other parts of the town where kids might want to take advantage of a pool. So that's something that I see happening as we get further along with the provincial reopening. And I know that the Boys and Girls Club is very cooperative and willing to be of great assistance on that particular issue. The other thing, I spoke to Mr. Cookett about the possibility of taking another look at the Kinsman Pool to see what it would cost and how long we could keep that thing going with reasonable costs if possible, so that if you could buy 5 or 6 years more life out of that pool for a reasonable expenditure, maybe that's something we could be looking at. And then, of course, the issue with respect to the parks, it is true that there is no water feature east of Ferndale Park. And that's a little surprising, and I didn't really spend too much time thinking about it until this issue arose. I have asked Ms. Hanson to provide information relative to where we are in our parks program, both the construction of new parks, the reconstruction of existing parks and playgrounds, et cetera. I've got that information, which I will share with you and other members of council, because so there's a number of approaches here that we're trying to take, and depending on what the viability might be with respect to the Kinsman Pool as it exists, then there may be a need to try to look at rejuggling the parks program to get something in the Sugar Bowl. So I just wanted to assure you of that, and let other members of council know that there has been work going on with respect to this issue that you've raised. So back to you for items 3 and 4.
I do thank you for that, Your Worship, because I know it would be a lot easier for us if we could make repairs and get 4 or 5 more years out of it. I got that because I mean that would make it a lot easier. But still, on the cost alone for 3 months, I believe it was something like $100K. I think it was just spitballing about $100K to run the pool for 3 months, which I found kind of large, but you know, it is what it is, I suspect. So yes, I would be appreciative if we can maybe reassess that equipment to see if it can be given us a little more time, because it'd probably be better for all of us. So I'll move on to a couple of other questions I had. Mr. Cook, is there any way that we can have a talk with the Niagara Regional Police? It's like deja vu for me. 2014, 2015, we continue to hear this crazy type of speeding on Point Avenue Road. I believe it's north near Bowen Road. It's still that same area that has been a major concern. They're popping wheelies on motorcycles on the weekend. They're speeding down the highway. They're using that road as a way out of not using the main road going to the highway, like Stevensville Road. Over the last weekend, I got a couple of complaints about that. And just like, it seems to be like a never-ending problem out that way. I don't know what makes people speed like that out there, but I just want to, I know maybe it's a tough place to enforce because there's not a whole lot of places for the police to hide out that way. It's like the prairies, right? It's like there's not a whole lot of cover there. So I was wondering if we could maybe put a bug in their ear about that, because it just seems to me a lot of dangerous driving on these roads, and I think we've really got to look at that.
Through your worship, to the councillor, absolutely, I'd be happy to reach out to Staff Sergeant. They've been very cooperative whenever we've made a request, and I'll ask him to keep it on his radar to stay out there or go out there periodically to catch those speeding. It's just not one-offs, sporadically go out there and see if we can catch those, but they've been very cooperative. So whenever I've reached out, they've reacted. So I'll be happy to reach out for you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Oh, okay. Any others? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Actually, I just wanted to comment on Councillor McDermott. Is that last year, or the year before, we did put a stop sign at the corner of Bowen and Point Avenue, just for the exact same reason, to slow it down a little bit. And obviously, it's not doing the job. We also lowered the speed limit on Point Avenue to, I think it was 80, now it's 70. And it still does not seem to be doing the trick, as you said. We do have a traffic coordinating meeting coming this Wednesday, so Mr. Welsh is here tonight, and perhaps we can touch base on it again. But again, it's how they get from Netherby to number 3 highway, and it is an ongoing concern.
Well, it's this is an issue everywhere, and when I say everywhere, I don't mean just Niagara, I mean across the world. One wonders at what point government will insist on governors on vehicles, and who knows? We've got the technology, I'm quite sure, to be able to adapt. I mean, if you can get into your car and through digital purposes know what the speed limit is on that road because you can get a feed, that means that there's the capability to have a device that will govern the speed of your vehicle. And I'm sure there are lots of people that like to travel fast who would be horrified to hear me say that, but we're talking about, in some instances, the safety of our residents. So anyways, just my thoughts. I've been reading too much sci-fi maybe. Any other, Councillor Noyes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Actually, you're not on sci-fi. They actually have that already. You can put it on your You can get it attached to your car, and I think it's several different insurances. And if you behave yourself, your insurance rate goes down. If you don't, they know about it. I don't think they can increase your insurance, but they sure as heck know if you've been driving safely or not. So it's not that far reaching. The only other comment I wanted to make, the other pool that's in Fort Erie, and I know absolutely nothing about it, was the pool that was at Fort Erie High School, which is now the academy. Do we know if that's functional or not? If that's operational?
Yeah, I had Councillor McDermott, go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer that. The pool's not done yet. There's 2 areas there that they're planning on doing, and one is the pool, by the way, and the other is the theater below. So they are planning to get to it, but I think they have to get more bums in the seats, which they're hoping to do in September at the bringing the students is going to be a little easier, I guess, before September.
And
yeah.
If I can continue, just keeping that in mind, it would be interesting if, let's say, the Kinsman Pool isn't operational in the years to come, but the academy is, to somehow form some type of a partnership, because it would definitely hit the same population of Ward 1 or 2. That's just a thought. That's all. Thank you.
No, that's an excellent idea. And we do have a very good relationship with Fort Erie International Academy. So that's an excellent idea. Any other members of council before we move on to motions? Then I'm going to move on to motions, and Councillor Noyes, you have the first motion.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lubberts regarding licensing of cannabis operations which were previously operating illegally. Whereas there has been a number of illegal cannabis grow operations within the town of Fort Erie, and whereas these illegal cannabis operations take significant municipal and regional manpower to control and pose a significant threat to nearby communities, and whereas monetary fines and penalties do not restrict cannabis growers from future illegal cannabis activities on the lands and do not appear to be enough of a deterrent, and whereas operating an illegal cannabis grow operation does not restrict the owners from applying for a legal license to Health Canada through another responsible person, and whereas the licensed operators for the grow facilities may be producing for owners or owners within a corporation previously convicted of an offense. Now therefore it be resolved that the federal government look at prohibiting the ability to obtain a license to grow cannabis if any of the owners, including those owners within a corporation, have ever been convicted of operating illegal cannabis operation. And further, the federal government look at restricting lands previously operated for illegal cannabis use from obtaining a license for a period of 5 years from the date of the offense. And further, that the federal government require that before submitting an application to the minister for a license for cultivation, a license for processing, or a license for sale that authorizes the possession of cannabis, that the person that intends to submit the application must first obtain a letter of compliance from the following authorities in the area in which the site referred to in the application is located. A, the local government. B, the local fire authority. C, the local police force or Royal Canadian Mounted Police detachment that is responsible for providing policing services to that area. And further, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, the Minister of Health, Patty Hadju, all members of Parliament, all municipalities, Niagara Regional Police, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for their support.
Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Again, this is not going to solve the whole problem. I'm just hoping it might move it forward. I can recall when we were first discussing legalizing cannabis in our town and one of the goals was to prevent or stop illegal black market cannabis operations because of the dangers associated with it. Unfortunately, that does not appear to have happened as much as we hoped it would. There continues to be illegal grow up. Just in this last year in our town that I know of, we've had 3 illegal grow ops busted. Well, I think one was busted 3 years ago, but anyway, we've had 3 illegal grow ops that we know were illegal. And I think we can recall the one that happened on Winger Road and what was actually found on that site. And all 3 of them are now asking for a legal, for a license to grow it legally, whether it's through greenhouses because we don't allow it outdoors now. And the other thing that this motion does, it's hoping to improve communication from Health Canada, who issues the licenses, and the municipalities and the police where the cannabis will be grown. There seems to be a very much a disconnect of what's happening locally to what Health Canada does. And I understand they only have 70 inspectors for all of Ontario. So, and again, I don't think this motion is gonna hopefully solve the problem, but perhaps it might put some more eyes on it and perhaps something will change and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the motion? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I happen to agree with Councillor Noyes that there is a systemic problem with this. But I do have a question for her with respect to one of the VATs, because it did pique a curiosity and it did have some concerning vibes to it. So it's the one that says the federal government look at restricting lands previously operated for illegal cannabis use for obtaining a license for a period of 5 years. And I wonder if you could just explain that.
Councillor Noyes.
Well, my thought process is that right now there's not enough of a deterrent. You can use the land illegally, you grow your pot, you make your $1 million, and if you get caught, you get caught. Obviously, the fine isn't significant. You turn around and you ask for legal. I think if they knew that the property they have purchased would then be restricted from growing cannabis for 5 years, it may be much more of a deterrent than what the current fines are. That basically they can sell the property, all that, but again, that would kind of be on the title of that land, like for 5 years, you can't grow cannabis. So they can't just flip it to their friend down the street to do the same thing. It kind of puts a restriction on the use of the land just for cannabis. You can use it for anything else. You just can't use it for cannabis production for 5 years. Yeah, I'm hoping that'll be a deterrent for them from using it in the first place, that they'll think twice before they go the illegal route.
Yeah.
Councillor Butler.
And I appreciate where you're coming from with that. I have difficulty with the fact that if somebody sells it to an individual who does have good intentions and is not relatable to the individual selling it, that it would be prohibitive to them. And I wonder if it's crossed the line then to discriminatory practices. That's my concern. So I wonder if we could change the wording of that so that it's not prohibitive to somebody who does purchase the property for good means.
You're asking Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Again, if I understand what you're saying is that, okay, if Mr. Smith buys the property, he grows cannabis and he gets caught, he leaves town. Can Mr. Jones then buy the property and use it for corn or whatever? Or I guess in your case, not in your case, but what you're referring to is that can a legal cannabis grower then purchase that property? Because if that's not what you're saying, then that's
understanding what I'm saying. Is that what you're saying is that the person that owns it has run an illegal cannabis production, right? Mm-hmm. Just outdoor grow, let's say. And then that person gets caught up in it and decides, I'm going to leave and I'm going to sell this property. And so then, Mr. Jones comes down and with Mrs. Jones, we don't want to discriminate. So Mrs. Jones comes down as well. And they decide that, that they had a plan and a vision for themselves and they were purchasing this property and they're going to go through all the legal routes to do the exact same thing and apply for Health Canada and get their site plan approval or whatever. But if there's something that is on title with that property that prohibits the next person from doing the right thing and taking the right course of action, then I think that we've crossed the lines to discriminatory practice. And I don't know that that would hold up in a court of law.
Through your worship, I don't know if it's going to hold up in a court of law. And again, my concern is what's happening now is that, again, we have 3 properties that basically are doing it.
I agree with you 100% on your motion for every part of it except for that part.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure how we can assure that the person who's purchasing it is going to do legal cannabis and get all the requirements and everything in place. What I want to do is kind of put the scarlet letter on the property for 5 years. So, I mean, it's not like there's not enough property around that people who want to do it legally can. It's kind of like saying, okay, this property is kind of off limits for 5 years. Again, it's a deterrent.
Yeah. I wonder if you could just change the wording then to ensure that it's a 5-year deterrent for the property owner that currently owns it, and then not have any I guess disparities for the next person.
If I can.
I don't know how that would work.
Well, okay, so look at the wording right now is that the federal government look at restricting lands previously, so they're being asked to consider it. If they've got the concerns about whether it's legal to do that type of restriction, they won't do it. I think you're concerned about legitimate individual buying the property from the rogue who has grown cannabis illegally and been caught. Councillor Noyes is concerned about how do you know whether whoever buys it isn't going to be another rogue and use it. Really, Councillor Noyes, the property could change hands from one violator to somebody else who's going to just take another run at an illegal grow up. At least if there's somebody that applies for a license, that's the direction you're wanting them to go, to apply for a license. So I understand that's where I think the two of you differ on how to proceed with this. You feel the property should be taken out of circulation for 5 years. And Councillor Butler is wondering whether that's too harsh and whether a new owner who's prepared to apply for a license shouldn't be permitted to do that, despite the fact that the sale would undoubtedly enrich the violator. So it's up to you.
I think perhaps maybe a solution to this is that add something like, again, if they get all the applications and they go through all the hoops and they get their approval from Health Canada and they convince the municipality that they're above board, it's going to be a legal cannabis grow. But again, I think we're going to land up in the same thing, is that they're just going to, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but again, it's up to the federal government to, if they like it or they don't like it. Again, I think it would water it down, would take away the deterrent, the scarlet letter on the property for just cannabis, so to speak. I just think if somebody would think twice before they would do it, there's no real comparison. It's like what we've done kind of for the short-term rentals. Granted, we didn't restrict them for 5 years. We said, okay, if you're caught without a license, not only do you have to pay the fine, but you can't rent it for another week and probably 10 days by the time they go through the process. So we're kind of hitting them in their business as opposed to just asking them to hand over some cash. And I think if they think about that in Fort Erie, if you use a property illegally for cannabis, you're going to get the scarlet letter put on it. That may not be a good analogy, I don't know. That they may think twice about doing it.
All right. So Councillor Butler, you have the floor if you want to make further comment with respect to this.
Yeah, I just want to say I totally appreciate where Councillor Noyes is coming from. I agree that there should be some harsh penalties to somebody who does that. But I mean, I'll support the motion with the caveat that I don't necessarily agree that, with that part of it.
Any other councillors? Madam Clerk, just as a logistical aspect to this, what does it take to circulate this to 300 plus members of Parliament and whatever number of municipalities there are in Canada? I'm presuming, Councillor Noyes, you meant all municipalities in Canada.
No, actually, personally, I was just thinking of Ontario, but
Well, we can circulate it to all municipalities in Ontario by going through AMO, and we could circulate it potentially to all municipalities in Canada by going through FCM. Wouldn't it make sense for us to do that?
yes, it would. And I just didn't think about it at the time.
Okay, and what about the members of Parliament? Madam Clerk, how do we do that? Do we send it to the clerk or the speaker or some other dignitary?
Yes, we have already had past motions where we've circulated to all 444 or 443. So we
Ontario.
have the appropriate email addresses now.
So we just put on one big email. What about, yeah, okay, so this is all Ontario municipalities.
Yes. Yes, we don't have the FCM one, no.
And the members of Parliament?
Yes, we have those as well. The ones that we
Okay,
do-
so then I would suggest that you also add, we add in Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Councillor Noyes. Can you
Yes.
get them as-
I'll
Okay.
add that.
Okay, that's your seconder, Councillor Lubberts, agrees to that. You agree to adding Federation of Canadian
Yes.
Municipalities? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have, I think, the next resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lubberts regarding reinstate the backstop at AC Douglas Park and amend the current budget. Whereas the backstop at AC Douglas Park was removed due to its deterioration resulting in safety issues, and whereas the removal of the backstop was not anticipated and therefore not budgeted for in the 2021 budget, and whereas the Black Creek and Douglastown residents use the backstop on a regular basis, now therefore it be resolved that the design work and construction documentation for the backstop be funded through the 2021 budget and completed by the end of 2021 in order to undertake the tendering and replacement installation in the spring of 2022. And further, Council amends the 2021 capital budget to include the design and construction of AC Douglas 1 backstop ACDB 21 for $25,000 with funding from the Parkland Reserve.
Do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Again, this is just one of these things that happens. The backstop has been used, as far as I understand, it's been there about 40 years. Probably outlived its life expectancy, but it was very well used. And I'm really kind of adding to this is that we actually have an Olympic person that Mr. Weglars that actually learned on that backstop with his dad, went there perhaps almost every day, hitting the ball and catching the ball. And he actually ended up being in the Olympics in baseball. So it's well used. It is missed. And again, they understood that it's just one of these things that happens. It just wasn't on anybody's radar at the time. And then it didn't need to be removed because it was a safety issue. So I'm just hoping that if it get replaced, and if we don't do it this year, we don't start it this year, we won't have it for next year. So that's where the timing goes.
Anyone else wish to speak to this? Mr. Cookett, if this passes, what is staff's process with respect to dealing with this in terms of getting the backstop erected?
To you, your worship. So what this means, it's another project for staff to take on this year. We've had those conversations. This would be through Planning Development Services. Unfortunately, their plate is full. So whenever we have these projects come forward that weren't budgeted for in the past, we would pick them up and squeeze them into our workload and figure out a way how to get them completed. Unfortunately, staff is overwhelmed with work. So the only thing that I can suggest, if this comes forward, we will need to then pull a project that's currently on the PDS workload off because we cannot take on another project. So all I can suggest is we come back with it, be it a memo or a report suggesting which projects that need to come off for this one to move forward.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Yeah. Can I?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I mean, I did have an opportunity when I first realized the backstop was gone to discuss it with staff, and the feeling I was getting that yes, they have a busy calendar and they couldn't possibly get to it until probably late fall, early winter, and that's kind of what I'm going on. Is that like I did just discuss it with Ms. Hanson, that you know, as long as I didn't expect it for this year, but if we start planning this year, it'll happen next year. But if it doesn't get in the budget this year, they can't even start planning. If they do get a break, if they do have some time available, if it's not in the budget, they can't even start thinking about it until the budget's approved for 2022, which means that it's not going to happen until 2023. So it's going to be 2 years.
So, all right, so looking at your motion, it does say completed by the end of 2021, but then it says in order to undertake the tendering and replacement installation in the spring of 2022. So this is an item that would be, does that give you any comfort, Mr. Cookett?
Yes.
This wouldn't be something that needs to be addressed until near the end of the year, but with the view of having us in a position to tender for it early next year.
Yeah, it's still trying to get the design work completed this year and a tender package put together. My recommendation would be we make it part of the 2022 budget, because I think we could do the design early in the year and tender it and get it still constructed in the same year and not have to start the design this year. But I would look to Ms. Stoltz to see if things have changed and they could squeeze in a design. I wouldn't think so, but
Ms. Dolch?
We could get
yeah, Ms. Dolch?
To the councillor, I have talked with Ms. Hanson as well, and there is some concern in terms of workload. So there would be some delay in another project. It's not to say that it could all be accomplished, but there would be a delay that would happen, and it may come, you know, in something else we're working on at this point.
So, Mr. Cookett, just back to you again. If this were part of the 2022 budget process, and if the, I mean, I don't know how much design work there is that's necessary for a backstop, but if the work was tendered, could it be part of the 2022 budget? We had on our capital projects, we have some that proceed earlier than others. This could be on the early package of work to be done, and it could still be possibly tendered and installed by at least late spring.
Yes, I believe we could. It could be. It would get first approval. We'd get the design done and have it constructed, so it's done and completed in the spring.
Councillor Noyes, is that?
Well, yes, and hearing that, that's okay. That's basically what I'm hoping to accomplish, is that it be available for the spring and summer of 2022. So if I'm hearing that can be accomplished, then fine, I can pull the motion, and I don't mind doing that. But again, I just want to say, we are talking a backstop, right? We're not talking rocket science here. We know where it goes. It's a replacement piece. And I'm somewhat surprised at the amount of design and construction that someone's thinking that they're going to have to do. It's a replacement. But anyway, I'm happy to pull it, and then we can. You know,
why don't we do this? Why don't you simply defer it to the 2022 budget deliberations, so that it's still on our radar, and it's something that you've brought forward. So if you're willing to do that, then I would suggest we defer it to the 2022 budget deliberations. That way we'll make sure it gets on the capital list for work and on the first approval process.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. That's an excellent suggestion. And so I will Move to defer this motion until the 2022 preliminary
Deliberations,
yeah,
budget deliberations.
budget deliberations, yes. Been a long-
Councillor Lubberts, you seconded the original motion. Are you prepared to second the motion to defer this?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, so that's on the floor. It's not debatable. We've been given the time frame. All those in favor of the deferral? None opposed, that's carried.
Thank you, Councillor.
And then that takes us to the next motion, which is Councillor Lubberts. Yes, with respect to animal rescue groups.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Yes, the bylaw to register animal rescue groups. Whereas section 1139 of the Municipal Act 2001.
Councillor Lubberts, sorry, do you have a seconder for your motion?
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Noyes.
Okay.
Whereas section 1139 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001 C 25 allows lower tier municipalities to pass bylaws regarding animals. And whereas the town of Fort Erie does not have a bylaw to regulate, control and the registration of animal rescue groups. And whereas it is desirable for the town of Fort Erie to ensure that rescued animals are being provided proper shelter and medical care while awaiting to be adopted to their forever homes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council of the town of Fort Erie directs staff to consult with the Fort Erie SPCA, local rescue groups, and foster home volunteers, and further that following the consultation process, staff bring forward a report to council with recommendations regarding the development of a bylaw to regulate, control, and register animal rescue groups.
Did you wish to speak to that, Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is I've had some discussions with the SPCA and the board members. And one of the problems that we have in Fort Erie is, I don't know that it's a problem, but we have rescue groups that are not registered. And we know of some of them, but we know there's others that we don't know of. And there's none of them are registered with the town of Fort Erie. And there's no regulations as to how they're approved for their registration. We don't know what kind of care they're getting while they're in the possession of either the rescue group or the foster homes. We don't know when the animals are in the foster homes, if the foster homes are complying with the animal limits. For dogs, it's 3, for cats, it's 6. And so there's a whole lot of unknowns that we have. And I think that it's important that we at least get a report back from staff to look at having these animal rescue groups registered with the town of Fort Erie.
Anyone else? Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just actually have a question. I think it is a really good motion. I actually think that I agree with Councillor Lubberts that we do need to have this reviewed. But my question is, wouldn't a rescue actually impact the SPCA's business? Because the SPCA also does provide rescue and adoption services. So to me, I think that would be a direct conflict. And I'm assuming maybe that's why we don't have something like this in place. But I'm not sure. That's the way I'm looking at it. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. I agree that we need to have something like this in place. I just think that maybe it should be reviewed by an outside organization that doesn't have any financial gains that would be involved.
Councillor Zanko, my reading of the motion is that the staff would be doing the consultation. One of the parties that they would consult would be the SPCA, as well as other groups that are providing this service. That's how I look at it. And so you're concerned about the conflict. They could very well be, but so do the local rescue groups. They also have an interest in this.
And I think that's where I'm not sure if maybe an outside party would need to review it, something like we had in place that reviewed the animal control bylaws.
Instead of town staff?
Well, no, not town staff. I'm really, I mean, I guess I'm just, my concern is, you know, if you're talking to other rescues, which I'm not too, I'm sure there is many of them, and the SPCA, every group would be essentially competing against each other. So are we just consulting them to get an idea as to what measures should be in place, or are we consulting them to see what should be approved and what shouldn't be approved?
Well, that would be my understanding. And aside from the SPCA and the local rescue groups, there's also a reference to people who are actually volunteering to provide the foster homes or the rescue homes. So that's my understanding. But Councillor Lubberts, I see you have your hand up, and this is your motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. And yeah, I agree with you. When we bring forward motions and recommendations, you'll see in the reports of from our staff that our local stakeholders are mentioned. Stakeholders are consulted with. They're part of the process. The SPCA, the rescue groups, and the volunteers are not going to be putting the bylaw together. What we're looking for is just a report from staff, right, for recommendations regarding developing a bylaw. So once they consult with everybody, it would be our bylaw department that would be developing the bylaw. That's the way I see it.
Councillor Zanko?
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Noyes?
I'm just wondering about a friendly amendment after the now therefore be resolved that we add after with the Fort Erie SPCA and other local municipalities, because we may find that other local municipalities have already invented the wheel, and we can probably gain a lot of information without going, it may make it a much smaller work project for our staff if it already exists in some other municipality that's like within Niagara Region.
All right, so from what you're saying is it would be and other municipalities at the end of that group of people that are currently going to be consulted?
Yes.
And then, so you're the seconder. What about the mover? Do you consider that to be a friendly amendment?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's important, Mayor Redekop. If I can just add to that, it's something that I should have had in the motion. Earlier, I spoke with our CAO, Mr. Cookett, and we discussed this maybe a month ago. And so I looked to see if there was any bylaws regarding animal rescue registrations. And I did find one, I believe it was the city of Oshawa or something. So that might be a municipality that we could contact and see how they went about putting together their bylaw.
Okay, so you're in agreement then. You're in agreement then with a friendly amendment so that it's Fort Erie SPCA, local rescue groups, foster home volunteers, and other municipalities and further. Councillor Noyes, you still have the floor.
Yeah, that's fine. I do think I'm very much in support of this. I think we do now have a new a bylaw, an animal welfare bylaw, and this really will help clarify and define what is a rescue dog and what is not a rescue dog. Particularly now, if you call it if it is a rescue dog, you're allowed think, I can't remember the exact number, is it 8? Like 3 of your own and 3 rescue dogs, is that 6
That wouldn't-
altogether?
I think that's what it is, but I think there's some other qualifications with respect to that, I think.
But, and there was a big bylaw, but anyway, I think it's good to get some clarity on this. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dole, anyone else? Ms. Dolch, when you were discussing this with Councillor Lubberts, did you give any indication of what a realistic time frame might be for your staff to deal with this?
Your worship, no, I haven't had a chance to talk to bylaw staff on their timing. I do know they're overwhelmed with work right now. They're behind in terms of complaint, the complaints they've received. I would, if possible, I would prefer to delay this till at least the fall, if that's possible.
I think you're going to do the best that you can if this passes. I'm confident that you and your staff will do the best that you can, but I do want councillors to be aware of the fact that right now we have been hiring bylaw enforcement staff, and you know how many complaints we're getting and how much we're passing on to the staff, so you know how busy they are. So I think we need to bear that in mind. Anyone else? If not, then I'll call the question on the motion. I'm sorry, Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, I think I saw the clerk had her hand up. I'm not sure, but.
I'm sorry.
But you
I
can
thought
call
you
the
were-
question, but we need to extend the hour of adjournment when you do, or after you do.
Okay, I thought you were just holding your head up, which is what I was going to try to do next. Okay, I've called the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Can I have a motion to extend the hour of the meeting for another 15 minutes? Because I think we can get it done in 15 minutes. Councillor Dubanow moved, seconded by Councillor McDermott. All those in favor? Okay. So that takes us to notices of motion. Any notices of motion? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be bringing up 2. The first one is for the federal government to expand the categories for essential travelers permitted to enter Canada. And the second will be for the federal government to adopt the recommendations of the COVID-19 testing and screening expert advisory panel recommendations for land and air border measures. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 19th. I'm hoping if we have a special council meeting, I can get it on the agenda sooner, but we'll leave it at July 19th for now. And I'm hedging my bets. I hope we get some news, but I'm just playing it safe here. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Any others? Then I'm going to go to, are there any bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? And bear in mind that whoever has the motion has a new bylaw, which is on our motion. And that's Councillor McDermott. You have, if there are no bylaws to be taken out of the package, Councillor McDermott, you have the bylaw for first and second reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just remind me, the one that shows 82/2021 on my resolution.
Yes, that's the one that relates
It's
to.
83 now, isn't it?
No, the one that says 82 is the appointment of Jordan Hamilton.
Okay, so that's good. All right.
So now the confirmatory bylaw has become 83, which is what we have. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that the bylaw package containing 79-2021 to amend bylaw number 222-2001 to adopt policies and procedures for the processing of planning applications waiving development fees for nonprofit organizations for the creation of affordable housing. 80-2021 to amend traffic bylaw number 2000-89, Schooley Road parking. 81-2021 to appoint Chance Prue as a municipal law enforcement officer for the corporation of the town of Port Erie to repeal bylaw number 43-2021. 82-2021 to appoint Jordan Hamilton as building inspector for the corporation of the town of Port Erie is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Zanko, you have third and final reading of the bylaw package.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that bylaws 76-2019, 79-2021, 80-2021, 81-2021, 82-2021 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? Although, Councillor Noyes?
Did we forget 83?
83 is the confirmatory bylaw, so we'll
okay.
deal with that next. If there are no other questions or comments, all those in favor of the bylaw package? That is unanimous. Councillor Dubanow, you have first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko, that bylaw number 83-2021 to confirm the actions of council at its council and committee meeting held on June 14th, 2021, and its council meeting held on June 21st, 2021 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Zanko, third and final reading.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 83-2021 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. Scheduling of meetings. Councillor Noyes, you mentioned that Wednesday, June the 23rd is a traffic coordinating committee meeting. Any
Yes,
other
Mayor
meetings?
Redekop. That's the only one I was going to announce.
Good. Well, you already announced it. Any other meetings? Okay. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship.
Motion.
Yeah. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Zanko, that council adjourns at 10:07 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on July 19, 2021.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night.